Your Highness, Sheikh Dr. Majid Al-Qasimi, Your Excellency Dr. Hussein Al-Saoub, our dear friends, Dr. Ignacio Muñoz and Ms. Barbara Dbesi, honorable speakers and dear guests. My name is Sumaya Al-Hadrami. I'm the Director of Conferences and Strategic Communications Department at Trends. On behalf of Trends Research and Advisory, I thank each and every one of you for participating in our symposium, The Future of Water Security, Challenges and Opportunities for Cooperation, organized during the Water Week at Expo 2020. Trends has brought a group of global experts to discuss the issue of water security, a topic of paramount importance to every human being on the face of Earth, and especially for our region. Population increase and economic growth have resulted in increased water demand, while supply of fresh water is challenged by droughts and the impact of climate change. This dynamic creates a new water risk that could undermine the security and political instability of many regions and countries if not addressed urgently. The solution is multi-pronged: managing and reducing demand through water conservation efforts, better governance of the supply of water, and building resiliency in the face of extreme drought events, in addition to a much better global and regional coordination between countries, communities, the scientific and civic societies, and all other stakeholders to develop sustainable solutions that takes into consideration the well-being of all parties. Today's event will be divided in 3 panels. Each will cover a facet of the water security issue. The first panel will discuss water governance and water management challenges. The second panel will discuss solutions and policies to address water security and focus on UAE's approach to ensuring water security, such as the UAE's Water Security Strategy 2036, desalinization, cloud seeding, and fossil aquifers. The third panel will discuss the nexus of governance and water diplomacy and several examples and cases of improved transboundary basin management. Before we start, now let me introduce His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Ali, CEO of Trends Research and Advisory, for the opening remarks for today's event, which will be delivered in Arabic. Dr. Mohammed.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. سامحوني بتكون كلمتي باللغة العربية، وإن شاء الله راح تكون الترجمة باللغة الإنجليزية من قبل سمية إن شاء الله. الشيخ الدكتور مايد القاسمي الموقر، أيها السيدات والسادة، أيها الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا ونحن في رحاب إكسبو دبي 2020، هذا الحدث العالمي الفريد الذي جمع كل دول العالم على أرض التسامح والسعادة، يلتقون فيه ويبحثون عن فرص التعاون من أجل مستقبل أفضل لكل شعوب العالم. أرحب بكم في هذه الندوة التي تتناول إحدى أهم القضايا التي تواجه العالم بأكمله: مستقبل الأمن المائي، التحديات وفرص التعاون. ويأتي انعقاد هذه الندوة بالتزامن مع احتفال إكسبو 2020 دبي بأسبوع المياه، الذي يجمع بين صانعي التغيير في القطاعين العام والخاص لاستكشاف كيفية الحفاظ على المياه وحماية هذا المورد الطبيعي المحدود والحيوي والذي يمكن من استدامة الحياة على الأرض. أيها الحضور الكريم، إن الأمن المائي مرتبط برفاهية الإنسان وسعادته، وهو كما عرفته الأمم المتحدة قدرة السكان على ضمان الوصول المستدام إلى كميات كافية من المياه الجيدة المقبولة للحفاظ على سبل العيش ورفاهية الإنسان والتنمية الاجتماعية والاقتصادية، لضمان الحماية من التلوث الناجم عن المياه والكوارث المتعلقة بالمياه، وللحفاظ على النظم البيئية في مناخ يسوده السلام والاستقرار السياسي. وترتبط جودة الماء وتوافرها بالزراعة وإنتاج الغذاء، لذا فإن الأمن الغذائي الذي يضمن رفاه الإنسان وبقائه يعتمد كلياً على الأمن المائي. لهذا كله فإن الأمن المائي حيوي لوجود الإنسان وبقائه ولتطور المجتمعات البشرية، ومن ثم فإن الحديث عن أهمية أي تنمية مستدامة لا يجب أو لا يمكن أن يتم في غياب الأمن المائي. ولكن الأمن المائي يواجه اليوم تحديات غير مسبوقة، ولا سيما من التغيرات المناخية التي تمثل أكبر تهديد له بل وللحياة على كوكبنا، ومع الصراعات يفضي أحيانا إلى نشوب صراعات تهدد الأمن والاستقرار الإقليمي والعالمي. هناك اليوم نحو 4 مليارات نسمة تعاني ندرة شديدة في المياه خلال شهر واحد على الأقل من هذا العام، ويهدد تغيير المناخ بتفاقم هذا المأزق بسرعة. وهناك تقديرات لهيئات دولية تتوقع أن ترتفع درجات الحرارة العالمية بمقدار 1.5 درجة مئوية بحلول عام 2040، ومن المتوقع انخفاض هطول الأمطار وما قد يترتب على ذلك من تراجع في الجريان السطحي وتدفقات الأنهار، وما يزيد من تواتر فترات الجفاف وزيادة مدتها وشدتها، وبما يعرض حياة ملايين الأشخاص للخطر. وهناك تقديرات بأن العالم سيحتاج سنويا إلى 114 مليار دولار لتحقيق هدف الوصول إلى خدمات المياه والصرف الصحي. طبعا هذا كله بأمان بحلول نهاية هذا العقد، وهو هدف يتطلب بلا شك تضافر الجهود الدولية لتحقيقه، والبحث الجاد في الوسائل والآليات والأدوات التي تمكن الحكومات من تحقيق الأمن المائي لشعوبها على المدى الطويل. ومن هنا تأتي أهمية هذه الندوة التي يعقدها مركز ترنز للبحوث والاستشارات، انطلاقا من اهتمامه برصد وتحليل القضايا المثارة على مختلف المستويات الإقليمية والعالمية، ورؤيته بضرورة المساهمة في البحث عن حلول واستراتيجيات لقضية الأمن المائي التي تعد مسألة حيوية لكل دول العالم دون استثناء. وستتناول هذه الندوة 3 محاور رئيسية. سيركز الأول على تحديات حوكمة المياه وإدارتها، بينما سيناقش الثاني نهج دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة لضمان الأمن المائي، وخاصة استراتيجية الأمن المائي لدولة الإمارات 2036، في حين سيركز المحور الثالث على العلاقة بين الحوكمة ودبلوماسية المياه والأدوات التي توفرها دبلوماسية المياه لتخليص التركيز على الموارد الطبيعية المتنازع عليها. أيها الحضور الكريم، يمر عالمنا بتحولات كبرى غير مسبوقة، وهو يواجه بالإضافة إلى قضية الأمن المائي وما يرتبط بها من أمن غذائي وتحديات ومشاكل متعددة كالفقر والتهميش والصراعات والحروب والتعصب الديني والمذهبي والتغيرات المناخية وتداعيات جائحة كورونا الاجتماعية والثقافية وغيرها من المشكلات التي أصبحت تمثل مشاغل يومية للناس حول العالم. وهذه كلها تتطلب تحركا جماعيا ومؤسسيا أيضا من أجل التعاون على مواجهتها ووضع الحلول المستدامة لها، وعدم الاكتفاء بالحلول المرحلية أو الآنية. وهذا يقع ضمن أهداف بل وفي صميم مهام مركز ترنز للبحوث والاستشارات الذي يسعى إلى تعزيز التعاون بين الجهات المحلية والإقليمية والدولية للبحث عن حلول للتحديات المشتركة، ومن بينها التحديات التي تواجه الأمن المائي سواء في المنطقة أو خارجها. إن القضايا التي تتناولها هذه الندوة ونطرحها للنقاش هي قضايا حيوية للبشرية كلها، وتتطلب من المجتمع الدولي تبني مبادرات فعالة من أجل إيجاد حلول مستدامة لهذه القضية التي تمس حياة كل منا، لأنها قضية عالمية بامتياز وتتطلب تضافر جهود كل الدول والمؤسسات الحكومية وغير المحكومية. فمصير عالمنا مرتبط بأمور، ومن أهمها وفي طليعة أولوياتها أمنها المائي. واسمحوا لي أن أتقدم مرة أخرى بخالص الشكر وعظيم الامتنان والتقدير لجميع المشاركين في هذه الندوة وللحضور الكريم أيضا، متمنيا لكم التوفيق في أعمال هذه الندوة، وكل ثقة بأنها ستحقق الأهداف المرجوة منها. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Dear guests, allow me to deliver the welcoming remarks in English on behalf of Dr. Mohammed Al-Ali. The distinguished Sheikh Dr. Majid Al-Qasimi. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you all to Expo 2020 Dubai, a unique global event that brings together all countries around the world on the land of tolerance and happiness to explore opportunities for cooperation towards building a better future for all peoples. I welcome you all to this symposium that deals with one of the most important issues facing our world today, the future of water security, challenges and opportunities for cooperation. The symposium is being held in conjunction with Expo 2020, Dubai's celebration of Water Week, which brings together change makers in the public and private sectors to explore means of conserving water and protecting this finite and vital natural resource essential to the sustainability of life on Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, water security is linked to human well-being and happiness. As defined by the United Nations, water security is the capacity of a population to safeguard sustainable access to adequate quantities of acceptable quality water for sustaining livelihoods, human well-being, and socio-economic development, for ensuring protection against waterborne pollution and water-related disasters, and for preserving ecosystems in a climate of peace and political stability. Agriculture and food production are linked to water quality and availability. Therefore, food security, which is essential to human well-being and survival, depends entirely on water security. Thus, water security is vital to human existence and survival and to the development of human societies. We simply cannot talk about sustainable development without reference to water security. Yet, water security faces unprecedented challenges today, especially with regard to climate change, which constitutes the greatest threat to water security and even to life on our planet. Other challenges include conflicts and weak international cooperation to resolve them, which may sometimes lead to the outbreak of conflicts that threaten regional and global security and stability. Today, nearly 4 billion people suffer from severe water scarcity for at least 1 month of the year. Climate change threatens to rapidly exacerbate this predicament. International bodies estimate that global temperatures will rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2040. Precipitation is expected to decrease, which will inevitably induce changes in runoff and river flows. This will ultimately lead to an increase in the frequency, duration, and intensity of droughts, putting the lives of millions of people at risk. It is estimated that the world will need $114 billion annually to ensure safe access to water and sewage services by the end of this decade. To achieve this goal, we certainly need concerted international efforts as well as research into the means, mechanisms, and tools that enable governments to achieve water security for their people in the long run. This symposium, organized by Trends Research and Advisory, comes in line with its mission to monitor and analyze various regional and global issues, with a view to contributing to the development of strategies and solutions to tackle these challenges. One such challenge is the issue of water security, which is of vital importance to all countries worldwide. This symposium will cover 3 main themes. The first theme revolves around water governance, challenges and obstacles. The second one deals with the UAE's approach to ensuring water security, with special reference to UAE's Water Security Strategy 2036. The third theme focuses on the relationship between governance and water diplomacy, and how water diplomacy can help to increase cooperation and reduce disputes over natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, our world is going through major unprecedented transformations. In addition to the issue of water security and associated food security, the world is faced with multiple challenges related to poverty, marginalization, conflicts, wars, religious and sectarian fanaticism, climate change, the social and cultural repercussions of COVID-19, as well as other problems that have become daily concerns of our people worldwide. All of these require collective and institutional action in order to develop sustainable solutions rather than temporary or short-term ones. This falls within the mission of Trends, as it seeks to enhance cooperation between various local, regional, and international players to find solutions to common challenges, including those related to water security, both in the region and elsewhere. The topics which will be covered and discussed in this symposium are of vital importance to all. Water security is a global issue and requires the concerted efforts of both governmental and non-governmental institutions. The future of our world depends on it. Once again, I would like to extend my thanks and sincere appreciation to all participants and contributors of this symposium. Thank you very much. And now, let me welcome to the stage His Highness Sheikh Dr. Majid Al-Qasimi, partner and founder at Soma Matter, to deliver his keynote remarks. Please.
Good morning, everybody, and to our esteemed guests, welcome. As a child, it was clear how water has always played an important role here in the UAE. I'm half Emirati and I'm half German. I grew up watching my father in the garden tend to a lush, vast amount of trees and plants, and ultimately also have a farm in a Zaid where we grew many vegetables and fruits. Then in the summer, I would visit my family home in north of Frankfurt in Germany in the mix of forests, rivers, and agriculture. The contrast was clear. Water in the UAE was not as plentiful as it was in Germany. Not just in the UAE, but the whole Middle East and North Africa as a region. The MENA region countries have actually two things in common. One is the Arabic language, and the other is water stress. Arid lands, desert climates, and the challenge of fresh, sweet water is a common theme and a challenge to all the countries of this region. In the UAE, we have some 50 or few years ago gone from living in communities within the limits of our environment to being gifted to abundant water that helped us grow fast as an economy. And now we find ourselves reaching back to early ways of our forefathers. In the region, Al-Falaj, Al-Ain, and other Qanat were all used to deliver water to communities. There was a healthy respect for the water source, the maintenance, the conservation, and ultimately the stewardship. We now gather here as stewards. Everyone in the room today is working on solving part or multiple parts of this grand challenge, the challenge of sustainably managing our water resources. We look more specifically at the challenges and opportunities of cooperation today in these three themes. With water governance, the first theme, we look into the political, the social, the economic, and the administrative systems to ensure our water resources reach all stakeholders. The communities that live around water resources and those that need the water resources. We all want to ensure that we can conserve water and ensure it for the near and far future. This challenge in a region that is subsidized and supported for its water use. We need to think about how we develop mechanisms that have us take on the true cost of water and ensure that states, businesses, and individuals adopt better efficiency in demand behavior patterns while hedging against sudden shocks to our economy and society. These shocks can come in many forms, some of our own making and others beyond our control. Conflict and climate change, for example, may have different root causes, but they all have the capability to acutely impact water security, our second theme. Access to safe, clean drinking water is a universal right and the first priority for water security. This is closely followed by sanitation, and then agriculture, and then all the other economic activities we enjoy today. For our countries to flourish, water must be secured at each of these tiers. In our region, aquifers are the first choice for fresh water. This, however, has us drawing from what is in fact a very limited natural reserve. Today, alternatives for freshwater generation rely heavily on energy and expensive infrastructure. And still, this does not guarantee that water security will be there for all economic levels. The UAE has a water security strategy with objectives to reduce total demand by 21%, to increase the water productivity, increase the reuse of treated water to 95%, and increase natural water storage capacity as well, all while reducing its climate impact. We will learn how this is working and the lessons to share today. Ultimately, water in the environment is not evenly distributed. It sits in aquifers and in our seas and even in our skies. It moves underneath us and above us, and even at times through our cities at speeds and with great force. The irony of being in an arid land, in praying for rain, only to see it come down hard and with great momentum flood and destroy farms and homes. With the fragile life balance we have in water-stressed countries, when it rains, we cannot have too little and we cannot deal with too much. No country is alone when it comes to managing water. We share directly or indirectly the environment and the water in it. In arid lands, if we do not manage these limited and scarce resources together, if we do not share our knowledge on how to improve, we may fail and fall into crisis and conflict. We all lose. This is where the transboundary systems, the cooperation, and water diplomacy need to prevail. Our third theme. Today, thanks to Trends, we have an opportunity to exchange ideas, discuss our challenges, and celebrate our achievements. I will, however, ask you of one thing, that after today, do not go back to your offices, do not return to your silos and stations and be happy with having attended. The impact of today can only be measured in execution. The exchanging of ideas is to share the burden of problem solving, but the problem is not solved until we act. So go forth, share openly and transparently today, and build collaborative solutions, but leave today, not with ideas, but with actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Highness, Dr. Majid. And now we begin with the first panel of the symposium titled Water Governance, Challenges and Obstacles, which will be moderated by Ms. Naufal Ramoul. She's a TV anchor at Dubai Media Incorporated in the UAE. And I would like to welcome to the stage Dr. Hassan Abu Naga, Dr. Asset Biswas, Dr. Cecilia Tortajada, and Yana Elkova. Please.
Thank you. Sabah al-Khair, welcome. First, really, I want to thank Trends Research and Advisory for this very important topic. I mean, I think we can never talk enough about this. His Excellency, in his keynotes, asked us to go back with ideas and come back with action. I would ask you also, Your Excellency, to go talk about those action and ideas and solutions to be implemented with decision makers. So it's a two-way street, actually, Your Excellencies. So good morning and welcome. Water is definitely the most critical factor in human life. The World Economic Forum has identified water security as a must for sustainable development in a country or in any region, actually, while the limited water supply has become a critical development, and actually for some countries it's a security issue. The resources on which we rely, which is water, it's not renewable, it's not infinite. The low rainfall rates, limited fresh water from rivers and lakes, and over-exploitation of non-renewable groundwater reserves make the MENA region, which we are in now, the most water stressed region in the whole world. This is, I think, why we are here today. I welcome our esteemed panelists. I will start from my left, Dr. Hassan Abul Naja, Vice Chair of Middle East Water Forum. Thank you for being with us. Dr. Asit Biswas, Academician and Distinguished Visiting Professor, University of Glasgow, Director, Water Management International, Singapore, Chief Executive, Third World Center for Water Management in Mexico. So, Doctor, with being with us here today, we covered 3 continents. Amazing, out of 5. Dr. Cecilia Trotajada, Professor in Practice, Environmental Innovation, School of Interdisciplinary Studies in University of Glasgow. Thank you for welcoming with us. And Mrs. Yana El-Kova, Specialist on Innovation and Ecosystem Strategy, Food Tech Valley in Dubai here. Welcome to you all, our esteemed guests. Let me start with a very obvious question, actually. Dr. Hassan, in your point of view, what made the MENA region the most water stressed in the whole world? Where is the problem?
Thanks so much for having me, and thanks so much for also for Trendis for raising this important topic on water governance. Actually, the region, the Middle East, as you said, is the most water scarce region in the world. It has been facing a fundamental challenge of doing more with less, with water availability cited as one of the most risks to our national security. Major challenges when it comes to external factors, that 60% of our water is coming outside from the region, and there is a need for a new paradigm to ensure and to secure water for all. It's challenges related to increasing demands due to population growth, influx of displaced people to our countries, coupled with climate change, with hydrological uncertainty and extremes such as floods and droughts. So all of this have put a great pressure on our socio-economic development, vulnerability of our water resources, and what we have reached today, that the world is off track to achieve almost all water-related sustainable development goals. Especially, this is very critical to the Arab region.
The goal 6.
Yeah, so to achieve the SDG 6 and the human rights to water and sanitation.
We will go back to that, and especially how it is off track and why, and how do we need the funding now to maybe to put it back on the track. Dr. Asit, we are in a region, and especially in the GCC area, we are not blessed with water. We are not blessed with rainfall. So this is something that is beyond what we want, you know, or what we need, or what we can control climate. But tell me what went wrong to it remained has always need for water, and it's been like this for the last century.
Let me first slightly disagree with the general statement made many, many times, and that is the Gulf region is the most water-stressed countries in the world. I have 2 problems with that statement. First, Gulf countries, or the Middle Eastern, North African countries, the MENA region, it really doesn't have a water problem. What it has is a water management problem. I would like to submit that not only now, I can sit down in the back of an envelope and do all the calculations and show it to you. If the water management in the Gulf can be improved, and there is absolutely no reason why it cannot be improved, that by 2050, when the population will be much higher, or 2100, when the population will be even higher, and the industrial commercial activities will be higher, the food requirements will be higher, that we don't have a water problem. We can manage it properly. Why do I say that? Let me just take the urban water sector, because I don't have much time. Let me take the urban water sector. You tell me, I'm told here, I've been working and advising several ministers in the Gulf region for the last 40 years. First time I came, they said, we have a water problem. And I tell, no, sir, you don't have a water problem. You have a water management problem. They are different. Now, pray tell me, why is it Gulf countries you say water stressed, when if you look in the world, the per capita water use in the Gulf citizens is the highest in the world, by far, by far. Singapore did a study, 10-year study, to see how much water does a human being need to live a productive and healthy life. And they found out, it was done between 1965 and 1975. They found out in order to have a healthy and productive life, a human being needs 75 liters of water per person per day. 75 liters. Mm-hmm. Above that is aesthetic. It doesn't have any impact on your lifestyle or your health or anything. You want to use it, that is your prerogative. Now, there are many Gulf cities now using 500 to 1,200 liters per capita per day. Sure. Now, those of you who cannot see the numbers, let me tell you one thing. My doctor tells me I should drink 2 liters of water a day, 2 liters. I have to tell you, I fail to drink 2 liters of water per day. So what does the Gulf citizen, how do they use 700 liters of water to 700 to 1,200 liters per capita per day? Second problem, when I ask, how much water do you lose from the distribution system? Many cities don't give that information, but the governments I work with, I won't mention any name, but in the Gulf areas and the Middle East areas, the losses from the system is around 35 to 40%. Yet,
Doctor, can you compare this for some countries in the GCC, 35 to 45%, to another country, for example, in Japan, pleasure. Singapore? Can you tell me? And I will tell you about Dubai.
Yes, with pleasure. There are 2 colleagues from Singapore. In 1965, Singapore's water management was as good or as bad was in the Gulf countries. But by good management, now their losses from the system has come down to 5%. 5%. Tokyo, the number 1 in Tokyo city, number 1 in the world, loses 3.9%. Okay? Phnom Penh, a third world city, no money available, not expertise available as in Dubai, loses from the system 8%. So I ask you, why is it many of the Gulf cities are losing now 35 to 40%, desalinating the water at a high cost, at a high energy cost, at the same time making a commitment that by 2050 all will be carbon neutral.
Okay, doctor, can we stop on the...
Sure.
No, you stay with me. I stay with you. It's a very important point. So you gave that the example. You didn't want to name them, but I can say them. What you are talking about is Qatar and Riyadh, actually. I will give you now the example, and you give us, of course, for Singapore and Tokyo. Now, DIWA just announced that it has the lowest water network losses in the world with 5.36%. Now, when I say these numbers, so it's not about the leakage in the infrastructure. It came back that the human use, you all use a lot of water in showers. So it's like the first issue that we have in water management is the human being and not the infrastructure. Am I correct, doctor?
Yes, it's the human
when I give
being,
you this number, in Dubai at least.
I do not know the Dubai numbers, but one of the problems...
This is the official announcement.
I can tell you, as someone working in this for 50 years, unaccounted for water, you tell me how much you want, I can do my calculations and give you that number. Okay. So I'll be very surprised. I'll be very, very surprised if the actual losses in Dubai is 5.7%.
It is.
I'm assessing how you calculate it. I would
send
like
you the
to see it, and I would say quite bluntly,
okay,
it would be at least 3 times that. at least 3 times that. So it depends how we calculate.
I'm not here to defend DIWA, honestly,
no,
but it's
it's
a very powerful and very professional utility institution in
representative
Dubai.
And show that their losses are significantly higher than 5.7%.
Dr. Cecilia, we'd love to understand from your point of view what went wrong in the MENA region, and could it be reversed also? What went wrong and could it be reversed, the situation of water?
If we, but again, thank you for the invitation to be here today. If we step back, we see that we have low precipitation in this part of the world. We have population growth, like in many parts of the world. We have urbanization. And then now we superimpose climate change, which is what is creating more problems. Yes, water is renewable as long as it rains. And now, as it was mentioned before, that's not the case. The precipitation patterns are changing. But we continue with the same practices. We have mismanagement.
Yeah.
We tend to think that it's about finance. It's not. It's about policies. It's about planning. It's about institutions. And we have excellent examples of that, for example, in Singapore. Mm-hmm. We have Australia that has become very efficient in the industrial sector because most of the water, as you mentioned before, is used in agriculture, but also in the industries. The smallest percentage use is by population, but you need efficiency in every sector. Are we working on that? And the answer is no. We have our pool of water, and we know that the industrial sector will use it for energy. We know the water sector will use it. We need it for irrigation. But we don't manage that common pool by all sectors. Each sector works and takes decisions unilaterally. Which happens is that the water sector just reacts to that. Because in every country, the energy in the industrial sector take priority, even though the laws may be different, but for economic development, water goes to industries. And the irrigation sector is too important because you have many people working there.
Yeah.
And it could be for food security, but it's not always the case. It's food, fuel. We have more, it's more the type of crops we are growing. Mm. So should we be considering water as a system? We should. Are we doing it? No. Do we talk about integration? Yes. Are we doing it? No. When the institutions don't even coordinate, you cannot integrate something that you don't even talk about. So can it be reversed? Absolutely. And climate change is putting pressure for every sector of the government. But and when we talk about innovation, we tend to think on technology. Technology cannot fill up the gap of poor decision making. You need to have a system on decision making and planning and governance, and then your technology will be more useful. But to say that technology and finance is the solution, that's wrong. It's not the solutions.
It's definitely not one party, one component that will solve this issue. The problem of integration is very important. I will go back to that with you, Hassan. It's very important. Mrs. Yana, you know, Dr. Asset, he made me aware about my use this morning. What did I use my water this morning in? You made me aware. This is good, actually. Am I abusing the use of water? You and I are the only one in this panel living in Dubai. You've been here in 16 years. Are you abusing in the water? And tell me, of course, your point of view. What is wrong in our use in water? Why there are a problem of water in this region?
Thank you. So, well, personally, I feel that I'm not abusing because I'm very aware of the situation we are in, and I'm a type of a person that I like to save, you know. So I do my recycling, I keep my water usage to the minimum as much as possible, etc. But I think the reason why we have a problem is because of our human nature. You know, usually we do not act until it's sometimes very, very late. And I think that's why we have a problem, first of all. And then second of all, now, because really the climate change is looming upon us, many people say that, as a matter of fact, it's already too late. So I think that the good thing about it is that now we are starting to act. And it's the action that is now very important on all levels, as we discuss here. Definitely it's on the governance level, the management level. It's on the level of solutions, helping innovative and effective solutions to come up and to scale them, which needs funding.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of need for actually this impact funding to find catalytic finance to help these solutions become. And then it's the legal framework and regulatory framework behind it of the government that will encourage these solutions to come up and to scale.
Mrs. Yada, I'm not going to ask you about the solutions that you have and monitoring now because they are amazing. I want to leave it for the end. But good point. Legislation and funding, of course, it's a problem of money as well. We'll get back to you on that. Now, Dr. Asset, you gave us, if there are journalists here, I think this will be the headline. GCC country or the MENA region does not have water issue. It has water management issue. This is a headline, by the way. One of the problems that Dr. Cecilia has highlighted, Dr. Hassan, is the integration. So everybody acknowledges we have a problem in water. Everybody knows where we have a crisis in water somehow, and I'm talking about government's different component. How come they don't coordinate? There are no integration in the solution if they want to approach this issue.
Yeah, this is really very important questions for implementing the integrated water resources management, which is the concept that most of our strategies are based on it. There are major challenges regarding this. First, we have been using a linear systems of use and dispose that use water once and throw it away. And by doing so, 80% of our water, of wastewater in the region is being discharged without getting use of it. So this is really a huge challenge. The second part is mainly about the water supply and sanitation. If you come to any development banks like World Bank, you have two projects, one water supply and one is sanitation. They will go firstly for water supply and neglect sanitation, or governments as so. So there is no... Yeah, so they are part of the entire water cycle, but they are not linked in the investment, in the implementation of it. That is why
if you bring water, but you don't develop the sanitation, this is another waste. Actually, it's a leakage. It's a waste of water as well that can be reused, correct?
Exactly, and we are considering it as a risk, while it's an opportunity for us to mitigate water scarcity and achieve food security. The other part is that Professor Asset has mentioned it about the high levels of non-revenue water. As I am also a management committee specialist group of water loss at International Water Association, actually the percentage for non-revenue water is misleading. It can be used as a financial, but you cannot differentiate between commercial losses and the leakage, and it's very linked to the consumption. The number that you have said from DIWA, it's actually is a good number, and I can like believe it, but because first of all, there is no aging infrastructure in Dubai, so there is no huge problem when it comes to leakage. In terms of commercial losses, because when we are talking about non-revenue water, which is completely different also from the terminology, what we are saying, unaccounted for water, we use and also the unauthorized or the authorized consumption was unbilled. The meaning of non-revenue water is the water that is being lost before it reaches to the customer. So any water that is not billed is called non-revenue water. And in the region, you can imagine it's 15 billion cubic meter is being lost every year in the one of the most water scarce region in the world, while the capacity of desalination is very near to this number, is 17 billion cubic meter per year. And this, for us, to think more. If we wanted to increase, for sure, increasing water supply from desalination or from any source, to manage well our system, and this is really the demand side management is very crucial to our region to reduce the high levels of non-revenue water, working even with digital solution like using artificial intelligence and these new solutions, not only to inform decision maker and also to have a real-time monitoring. And actually, the World Water Day is about also groundwater. We also, the region is a hot spot for unsustainable use of groundwater. We use water more than we need, and this is very crucial to make the invisible visible in terms of groundwater, water governance, and the high levels of non-revenue water in our networks. Thank you.
It's important that you tackle the point of technology and digitalization of the use of water. I will come back. When we talk about the solution at the end, I will get back to this to see the pros and cons about the digitalization. Dr. Asset, when you were talking in the first round of question, you talked all about the use of water, and definitely the most used water is in the sector of agriculture. Now, the World Bank estimates that agriculture consumes about 70% of water, fresh water, of course, taking from the ground or the surface water as well. The share in MENA region is even higher. We have around 90% in Saudi Arabia, 60% in the UAE, and Indonesia, for example, in North Africa, 80%. Now, when we have this problem of water, and we need to approach the food security in a country, how can you make the balance? It's a very difficult equation, doctor, between drinking water and use of the fresh water for the agriculture.
You raised two important issues. One is for drinking water. First, for drinking water, you need to reduce the per capita consumption very, very significantly in all the Gulf countries. Second, once you use the water, that water needs to be collected, treated, and reused again. I give you one example. And another water-stressed country, perhaps even more water-stressed than the Gulf countries. That is Namibia in southern Africa. Its capital, Benthoek, for the last 40 years, it's been the world's #1, last 40 years, has been collecting all that sewage water or that dirty water, treating it to better than drinking water level, and pumping it straight back to the drinking water system. So they have a closed loop. You use the water, you provide the water, people use the water, it becomes wastewater, then you treat that, and it's a closed loop, it's going down. So that is one. For urban use, I will suggest that the Gulf countries have no problem. Now on agriculture and food security, this is an important issue, especially after the COVID-19 break, when the food supply chain got little whacked.
And the war today,
yes.
Russian-Ukrainian war
yes.
as well.
So that is a problem. But the fact is, no country can be food self-sufficient. You can be self-sufficient in one, maybe wheat, maybe rice, or whatever vegetable, but you still, the world operates on the basis of export and import of grains. So what you have to do, again, I go back to Singapore, because it's a country that has mastered this quite well. When Singapore became independent, they wanted to be self-sufficient in a few things. And one of them was meat. But they soon found out the output, the waste product that comes out of cows and the pigs, that is impossible to dispose of without affecting the water quality. Sure. So they basically, overnight, once they found it out, because my first interaction with Singapore was in the early 1980s, when I went to you as a UNDP expert to look at how to develop a system when the waste from the pigs can be recycled. And we came to the conclusion that you cannot. And even though Singapore had a national policy at that time to be self-sufficient in pork, because that's the main meat of that region, the Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew made a rule that there will be no more growing of pigs because water is important. And as a result, almost overnight, they removed the people who are doing the animal husbandry to different way of life. They gave them a different alternative way of life, and pig production completely stopped in Singapore.
It's a bit extreme decision, correct?
No, not really, because if you want to have food security, you have to decide what you want. For example, Singapore imports 90% of its food. Now, with this problem with after COVID-19, some of the food supply chains are broken. So the new thing the Singapore is doing, by 2030, the 30% of nutrition requirement will be from Singapore. So they're doing some remarkable job in terms of vertical farming, growth of fish, etc., from cells. It's spending tremendous amount of money for R&D so that 30% of the nutritional needs of Singapore can be met from the Singaporean fish. So food security does not mean you have to produce everything. No country can be food. So you have to import. But then Singapore is the only country I know there's a department of food diversification. Yeah. So the imports of whatever you want to import, they're not dependent on one country, but it comes from many other countries, so that if one or two countries do not have good relations or problem, you can have other countries. So you have to look at why, for example, I do not understand why Saudi Arabia wanted to be self-sufficient in wheat. Because there is no water. And you can import wheat.
And they are using 90% of fresh water as well for this.
And so they have created a problem now. The groundwater has been depleted. So now they're reducing the wheat production, and hopefully they will phase it out. So the question is, in order to have food security, you do not have to produce everything in the country itself.
Put priorities.
Put priorities. Correct. And also make sure that you have several countries from which you import rice or wheat or meat or whatever it is, so that you are not dependent on one or two countries. If they want to boycott you, threaten you,
in case of a crisis,
you have other alternatives.
For a backup.
Food diversification.
Excellent point. Dr. Cecilia, let me put the question in a different way. Let's say Saudi Arabia, they are using 90% of fresh water in agriculture. Can this be reduced by the plan that Dr. Asad just put it now, or B as well, is to find another kind of water that is very good for irrigation, but it is reusable water. So I don't use the fresh water that is for drinking, actually, and save it as well. Could this be a solution?
In India, parts of India and parts of Mexico, we use, I'm from Mexico, wastewater that is raw water, raw wastewater. Wastewater that has not been treated, and that's the water that is used for irrigation. That's the source. It is reused in the sense that your wastewater, raw wastewater, no treatment, that is polluting the aquifers, polluting the soil, and threatening the health of the people, is being used for irrigation. And that has been used as a solution for many years. That has been used as an alternative. It's not a solution. Of course, the second option is to treat water, as it's been done in many places, and is used for agriculture. In Spain, years ago, the government came with the program Agua, which means water. And the idea was that let's stop using, in addition to there are parts of Spain that are arid, let's use desalinated water, except it's more expensive. So the farmers don't want to pay for it, as a result of which some regional governments or local governments are subsidizing it. What alternatives do we have? If we do a study of the different parts in the world where we have intensive agriculture, either for export or for national consumption, we see that many of these parts depend on groundwater. And in all the cases, the groundwater is depleted. So what do we do? It's not only about water, but it's about livelihoods. What other alternative do we give the farmers? Because we can tell the farmers, but in the case of Australia, California is different because you have the water markets, but can you tell the farmers, this aquifer is depleted, you cannot use it. And what do you do with those thousands of people? Are you taking them out of job? Yeah. Will they migrate? Will they die? What is going to happen? So this is, when I say we have to see it as a system. So what options do we have? In the case of Morocco, the case of again, parts of India, only 2 examples, to use less energy to pump water out, the governments have decided to put solar pumps. That doesn't solve the problem, that solves the problem of energy, not the problem of water extraction. And this is in the entire world. And you have, if you see tough mountains, you see mountains of groundwater depletion all over the world. Is there a solution? Have the governments thought of reducing amount of water? Yes, but your problem is livelihoods. And a farmer is a farmer. What other qualification has, the same way that an engineer has the qualification of being an engineer, each one of us. So you would be, people wouldn't have a job. So you have to think from a more comprehensive point of view. And we tend to relate food production or agricultural production one-to-one to food security, and it's not the case. How much waste there is in the world. And for years it has been calculated that the waste that there are, again, in parts of India could feed the entire population of United Kingdom.
Oh, wow.
We have waste in developing countries from the moment you put the seeds and to the moment you harvest, and before the supermarket, those are losses because of bad management. And then in developed countries, it's from the supermarket to the household because people waste. I don't want to eat. Right, except your decision multiplied by billions of people is resulting in depleted aquifers. So we need to see it as a system. And because we all are part of the problem, the advantage is that you can make changes, policy changes in every part of the chain, and you will have positive outcomes.
You know, for a human being, we rely on water that is not renewable and not infinite, and yet we do a lot of mistake about it, how to use it. It's unbelievable. Jana, tell me to what extent it is important to have initiatives on the side of what governments are doing, right or wrong. How important are those initiatives in the whole world, or to find solutions coming from very small initiative, or some young geniuses? They want to find solution for the whole world, but in their own. What important are those solutions?
Yeah, so these solutions are very important, and because it's the innovators that have capability of coming up with solutions to these challenges. And so when I was with Expo 2020 Dubai, that's what Expo was doing exactly, that they were focusing on helping these so-called social innovators who were coming up with solutions to address all challenges across the UN SDG spectrum, including water.
I'd love to have some examples.
Yes, so for example, even when doctors said in Morocco, how do you supply water? So we had one project that Expo funded, where the innovator in Morocco developed a so-called fog catcher. So it's a technology where you put up nets across highlands, which Morocco has a lot of, and where there is a lot of fog. And the nets are catching the water that is captured in the fog and actually brings it down, and that supplies communities with water. So this was one solution, for example, that Expo funded. Another solution which is very relevant to here and this region is the desert control solution that use nanotechnology to process clay in a way that it creates a structure in a soil that acts like a sponge. So
the clay preserves the water.
The clay preserves the water, which decreases your irrigation need by 50%.
Wow.
So imagine that now all irrigation needs here or around the world actually are cut by 50%. So imagine how much water can be saved by that. So, and these are the solutions that, come bottom up approach. And that's why they're important. And it's very important to support creation of these solutions.
You told me before the panel about another one. I was waiting for it because I think it's important.
Another
as well.
one was the sanitation.
Yes.
Which very much links to what Dr.
Hassan
was saying about sanitation. So sanitation is a huge problem, and it's a very underfunded problem. Why? Because the community feels that it's very complex and very expensive to solve. But, 1 in 4 people today in the world are still using latrines to go to the washroom. And imagine the amount of health risks and healthcare burden that it causes because it leads to diseases, that leads to deaths, that leads to huge healthcare costs. But, many of these places are unable to provide water to assure the safe sanitation. So there is a team in Jordan, an innovator in Jordan, who came up with a toilet that doesn't use water.
What do they use if they don't use water?
So it's a bag system.
Yeah.
But what is special about it is that he is able to actually implement it in a proper on-site treatment facility. And it's such a huge problem that even Bill Gates, he's focusing on 4 world problems. And one of them is
this sanitation.
Sanitation and coming up with a toilet that can be actually used among huge populations. So now the Akia sanitation team in Jordan is implementing this waste treatment solution in the biggest refugee camp for Syrian population, which is 80,000 people large. So imagine how much water is saved, how much contamination is being prevented, and how much of health costs is being decreased, and how much of sanitation is being provided.
You enlightened now this panel because we've been tackling the whole time the wrongdoing, the challenges, the obstacle, but actually there are beautiful initiatives and solutions and ideas coming from young people. So that's why now those people cannot work alone. They need funding. So I want to tackle the problem of the finance issues. So the World Bank, Dr. Hassan, estimated that achieving the goal 6, which targets the ending of the global water crisis and reaching everyone with clean water, sanitation, and hygienists is expected to be cost around $114 billion until 2030. You said that it's off track. And there are another number that is not really good, that per year we have allocating only $13 billion for this. So how do we deal with lack of funding when it comes to something that we need urgently and every day for our lives, that is water?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is one of the major challenges for us in the Middle East. And the World Bank report just says that we need to increase the capital on investment of today 4 to 6 times. And this is very huge. And I think what we need to also to consider, and I was chairing a session at League of Arab States last month on water security, that we concluded also that the region, if we continue with business as usual, the region will not achieve water security and the SDG 6. So for that, there is a need for a new paradigm to achieve water security. Firstly, on the way we manage water, to shift from this linear system of use and dispose to circular economy model. And the second, also to shift from infrastructure delivery to resilient services. What you have seen is also the condition in the Middle East is completely different from other regions. We have intermittency of water supplies. What does it mean? In which people receive water only once or twice per week. This is completely different from a systems with continuous water supply. You have the examples in Jordan or in Lebanon or this, or most of Middle East, they are depending on intermittent water supply. And this challenges with intermittent water supply, there are major implications on public health, on the high levels of leakage in the networks, and also that killing the water utility from this, that they cannot cover their cost. So most of the institutions are not credit worthy, so they cannot cover their operation and the maintenance cost. So the need, if you ask any investment or this new solutions from finance, like blended finance or engaging a private sector, if the institution cannot cover their costs, so they will not lend them any money. And this is a huge challenge. So there is a need for changing the governance in the region. And the major issue also when it comes to this, it's also about the priorities in our region. We know that now in the past 20 years after the Arab Spring, transboundary water issues with our neighbors is really a great challenge to our region. So this should be our first priority, to secure the water that is really coming to us before even to work in the side management, to work with our system. And this is very important. All this we have impacted, we have seen what happens in Iraq when the upstream dam has been built, and you also heard all about the resonance dam with the case on Egypt and Ethiopia. And all these challenges, if you cannot secure the water that we have from the beginning, so what you have, you know all now the measures that we have taken in Egypt, we are, but all this, from my point of view, will not be enough. Because you have really chronic challenges from aging infrastructures with high levels of leakage, major challenges when it comes to finance, so there is a need for changing this. When it comes to the Gulf area, there is a need for a new transformation when it comes to the digital implementation of digital transformation, especially with engaging not only to the system to monitor and to integrate all parties and to have a coherent policies, but also to engaging the customers and engaging people and the communities on it, and using the applications and new solutions for this.
I will say with you in this point, if you are, inviting everybody to use technology and digitalization in the water, what is the problem? Is it very costly technology? Is it political will decision for this? What is the problem then? Yeah,
there are many challenges when it comes to it. First, to the region, when it comes to the national security with the cyber security. It happened, last year when it comes to a cyber attack to a water treatment in USA, and this is very crucial to our region because we are user of the technology. So for that, there is need also to coherent policies. The water sector is actually also lagging behind from other sectors like energy. And there is a need for us in the water sector to step up and also to work with policies that needs to ensure that, and even to technologies also to not only to make informed decisions for decision maker. What we say for this digital solution is that we cannot manage, that we cannot measure. And for sure, if we have raised the topic of the levels of leakage and the high level of non-revenue water, and the part of it of this, digital solutions is really can play a great role to know what is happening under the ground. So it's mainly to make the invisible visible to all of us.
Interesting. Dr. Asit, I want to stay with you on the financial aspect of this problem. Governments, either they don't have the budget for this, or either they have the budget, but they don't put the water issue and crisis as a priority. So how do you approach the private sector? Come, fund us, but you're not going to find your money after that. You're not going to be beneficial out of this. What is the approach? If there's any model for this between government or private and public sector?
The issue is an important one, but it's not what you think it is. If we talk about the urban water supply system, our urban water supply wastewater system, I give you again the case of Phnom Penh.
Yep.
In Phnom Penh, the Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority does not receive 1 dirham from the government, 1 dirham subsidy from the government. It provides clean water to everybody which they drink. For example, in the Gulf, I'm told water supply in Dubai is clean. What comes out from the tap is clean, and ready to drink, okay? Now I ask you a very simple question. I don't know a single of my friend, local or expatriate, who drinks water from the tap. Why is that in Dubai? Why is that in the Gulf countries? They tell me the water is clean, but everywhere I go, including in the water supply authorities, the few I have visited, you go to their offices, they give you a bottled water to drink. So there's an issue of the trust. You may claim you have clean water, but the people do not trust your water. As a result, why are we drinking from this can? Huh? We talk about sustainability. This aluminum can takes a lot of energy to produce. I find it very strange. On one hand, Expo says sustainability is the main theme. On the other hand, they're providing to me a can full of water, which is one of the most energy efficient.
So we have either can or plastic. They went with the least, damaging for the environment.
You have neither can nor plastic. If the water in Dubai is as clean as the authorities say, why can't you have straight from the drinking fountain straight from the tap? If I was in charge of Expo, and if I was convinced the water supply is clean, I would have put a drinking fountain all over, supplied by the Dubai Water Authority, and it would have been a wonderful example of showing the people of Dubai and the people who are foreigners who come.
Well, there are water fountains all over Expo, just to correct. But my question is always, there are water fountains.
I have not seen a single water fountain.
There
the
are.
Water fountains that I have is a big 20-liter jar of water from which people are taking water. They are not coming direct from the Dubai Water Supply Authority.
Yeah, I got the point.
So
I
that
get
is
your
very
point.
different.
Okay.
So you are still a 20-liter jug of that is still bottled water.
I like how wherever I ask a question, you go to the human behavior, our culture, and how, after all, we have to change our behavior and habit and culture in using water before going to finance and technology and infrastructure in water.
I would submit to you, technology to me is necessary, technological development is necessary, but I'll argue with you, we already have all that technology we need to provide clean water to all. Already have it. You mentioned about fog in Morocco. Well, 25 years ago when I was in Peru, in the Andean mountain, they're harvesting fog in Peru without any difficulty. It's an indigenous. So we have the technology everywhere, but we are not using it. Why? The question you raise is quite important. Why is an Emirati or a Qatari has to use so much water? It's behavioral. And if you, and I'll challenge you, I do not know, but I'll challenge you, if you go to the Dubai Water Supply Authority or the Qatari or the Saudi Arabia, there is not even one behavioral scientist in the whole company, one. They're all engineers, they're all supply oriented, but there is not one behavioral scientist. And this is where I think we need major changes. How do we change human behavior? How do we convince an average Emirati to whatever it is per capita water use, but I'm told it is about at least 500 liters per capita per day. How do you reduce that to 100 liters per day as in other arid countries?
You know,
it's a human question.
It is very important. I think you know, I live here for 10 years, you, Mr. Yana, for 16 years. I'm not here to defend Dubai or UAE, but I want to tell you things that happened step by step. At one point, and definitely the Emiratis will remember, at one point, like years ago, you don't pay for DIWA. Correct, you don't pay. And then one very wise person, he said, no, you have to put them pay even a little bit to be aware that this is a very important commodity. You don't waste it. If you don't pay it, you don't understand the value of it. And you know, they saved a lot of money out of this because they made people pay for it. I think it's a step by step to change the behavior. It cannot happen overnight, but it is very important point, Dr. Asad, that you are tackling, and I think maybe things should move forward faster for everybody how to use money. Dr. Cecilia, you, during one of the answers, you told me money and technology is not important in previous answers. It's not the most important, actually. How, if we don't have funding, how we can make infrastructure and improve and bring fresh drinking water to people and save it as well?
They are important. They are not the priority if you don't have them. They will not solve your problem if you don't have them as part of your overall planning. There are countries we all know that have been living on aid for decades. So they have been receiving money. And they still need that money continues going to the country. There are problems for which there has been money, but then cities have more than water problems. Cities have population for whom to construct housing, all type of services, run electricity, security. So financing is not only for water. We insist on water because without water, every economic and social sector is affected, but it's not the only one. So why is it that no more support is coming to the water sector? Is it because the people who take decisions have the problem solved? Is it because urban population don't have the problem? Is it because, and then we have to go into finding what is the solution. Do we need technology? Yes, but this is the technology, right? Yeah. Technology is a tool. Technology is every water treatment plant and every wastewater treatment plant that exists and that is not used. That's technology. So we need all the elements together, but we need them within a plan. If you go for technology but you don't have your plan, it will happen like with so many treatment plants that they are not operational. So yes, we need them, but we need them within a plan. And about what you mentioned before about the behavior, the European Union has just modified the laws, the policies in terms of drinking water. They have made them more stringent. And the reason is because within Western Europe, people don't drink water from the tap. And with this, they are using more plastic. So the idea is to target water waste, plastic waste. And with this, what you have to do is two main elements. One is to improve your water quality, and second, to tell the people. Because even if water is very good quality, if you don't engage into a campaign, how are people going to know? So everything is part of the solution.
Interesting. Mrs. Yana, I know you were lucky enough that there are a platform like Expo that it's an exhibition It's 170 years old, and this year they wanted to make a district committed to sustainability and, like you said, raising funding for water supply initiatives and ideas and solution. I love this. But when there are no expo, is it easy to find funding for such solution and ideas and initiatives?
It's not easy, and it's still a global challenge. However, some countries, some regions are doing better at it than others. And we are talking about impact investing, right? About finding those funds, unlocking that money that will help to finance these solutions. So there are some countries, like the best countries in impact investing financing is UK, France, US, Korea. And this region, however, it's at the very, very nascent stage. And that's what is needed. We need in this region to continue developing impact finance ecosystem. It's huge, and this is the only way how actually we can reverse all these challenges, because even if we take all the philanthropy money and we put it towards solving water challenge, it will not be enough. However, if we take money from family businesses, corporates, foundations, governments, and we use this as a catalytic capital to help finance these solutions and help them grow and scale, it would de-risk the whole investment and attract all the other investors that are more return conscious. And this is what impact investing is about. However, it needs ecosystem and needs to be driven by the governments. As I said, the best countries in impact investing, which is UK, France, when you look at it, it's the governments that are behind establishing those platforms, those policy tools, those legal frameworks, setting up intermediaries, mobilizing that finance from the supply side and moving it to the demand side, to the innovators. And there are individual initiatives across the region here and there. It's happening. You know, it's like mushrooms coming out after the rain. But it needs, of course, it's in the development, and it needs a very systematic, structured platform.
Excellent point. Dr. Asit, you just told me that you wanted to comment about this point. Yes, please go ahead.
That in the water supply sector, the real problem is not money. Funding is not a problem. What is a problem is the availability of good bankable project which has to be funded. I give you again the same example of Phnom Penh. Because it is well managed, when they wanted, the authority borrows the money and they have to pay it back. When the last tranche, they wanted to borrow about $30 million. Dr. Torthad and I were in the office of the Director General, and he said, please give me 20 minutes because the representative of World Bank has come and he seems to be very upset. So after 20 minutes he came, he said, you know what was the problem? The bank said, we offered you the money you wanted, why didn't you take it? And the Director General told the head of the World Bank, if I take your money, I have to follow your procedure, which will increase my cost by 10%, so why should I take it? So I'll go to the place who gives me the lowest, and we got the lowest from the JICA, and that gave the freedom to do that. So the money is not the issue. In Phnom Penh, I have an analysis of Phnom Penh, which we have done over the 6 years, which shows the people pay for everything, for the water. And you go to the Phnom Penh Water Supply Authority, the Director General's office, normal Cambodian practice, you go to a person's office, they offer you a glass of water. And that water is the Phnom Penh water supply water straight from the tap, not from a bottle, not from anywhere. So this is what I'm saying, that well managed, people are willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
And in Phnom Penh, 4 gets a special target. If your daily consumption, your monthly consumption, 7.5 cubic meter or less, then you are classified as a poor, and then your rate is highly subsidized.
Yeah, you know, just one point in Tunisia, for example, if your consumption moved from one tranche to another, it became the double. So it's taxing the consumer when they know that, no, you went higher because you abused this water. So it makes an awareness actually somehow, and directly with the budget.
That is absolutely true. The idea is up to 30 cubic meter per month for a family. Yeah. It's a reasonable rate. After that,
it goes up. One comment from you as well about this is important point, and then I will close with one question for all of you, please.
Yeah, okay. So one of the major issues that we need to consider it when it comes to the finance, especially in our region, is mainly about the affordability of water services. The first choice that we can go, if we had someone from World Bank, the first thing is that we will tell you to increase the water tariff because it's highly subsidized. But actually, in a case like it happened in Jordan, that they increase the water tariff from $2 for each cubic meter to $4, and the Jordanian cannot afford it. Especially they have intermittent of water supplies. They receive water only once or twice per week.
And it's the poorest country in the world in terms of water.
And the poorest cannot afford this. So we have also to consider the affordability of water services and working with this to reduce the high levels of non-revenue water and improve the efficiency of our institutions.
Now, after all this talk, you know, you were talking, and in my head, the priorities of solving the issue of water has changed many times. I came here that the problem is logistic and financial, and I think I'm coming with the convictions that it's in the habit and behavior, because Dr. Asad, honestly, you convinced me in this. Now, I want to close with one question. I'm not getting any younger, and I have a gray hair, as you see it, and I want to know, is this issue of water that is very important is solvable in our lifetime, mine and yours? And do you have a roadmap for this? I mean, we will do this and that, ABC, a roadmap like this. I will start with you, Mrs. Yana.
It's a great question. You know, many people say that it's already too late. And while there are so many initiatives and activities happening, you know, they say that still it's not enough. Just, you know, the huge gap in funding, in efficiency, you know, in awareness, in education is such that, you know, we don't have anything to really fill it in with. So that's a big one. And I was in one panel, and there was a good question of like, is it worth doing what we are doing, you know? And I like the answer of the member, and he said, look, what can we do? This is all we can do, you know, do our best. And really, when it's very late, we are capable of mobilizing ourselves, and I think the world is mobilizing, and I see, and we see beautiful new trends, you know, in saving, in putting money in for good, you know, purpose. And I want to believe that, yes, we will make it, and we will manage to reverse the trend.
I like this optimism. Dr. Cecilia.
Long as we continue having rainfall, of course, it can be solved. The moment we don't have rainfall, then the entire world is in trouble, whatever your economic development status is. So we need rainfall.
And you link the rainfall with the climate change as well.
Yes.
It was in the of course, the keynote speech of Dr. Mohammed that we have an environmental issue. I don't know how long we can stay like this with what we are living now, but you scared me. You give me actually a deadline, rainfall.
Yes, and as long as we have rainfall, that we don't know when it will change, and it is changing then of course we can improve, and that gives us time, is buying us time to build better institutions, to develop better policies, to develop plans that are implementable, that every donor or every funding agency that goes to a country takes his or her consultants but builds the capacity of the country. Because what happens is that the big agencies go to a country and leave. No, you need to build the capacity of the country. And of course we can improve, except we need better institutions.
Dr. Hassan, and I will finish with you, Dr. Asset.
Yeah. So I think all the reports that about the region or about our status of water security in the region is saying that we are waiting for a crisis to happen. And for that, we need to change the mindsets and to work mainly on the 5 I's. First is about integration, which is mainly implementing the integrated water resources management and having the integration between institutions and have coherent policies. So water is not a sector. It's a connector between all sectors, and we need to work on this. The second is mainly about innovations through new partnerships, new infrastructure, infrastructure for investments, and for finances. So this is what we need. The third is mainly about infrastructure, to shift the mindsets from infrastructure delivery to more resilient services. So most of the people in our region are actually connected to the network but don't have water most of the time, and even they are not secured. So we need to shift this. The fourth is mainly about information, and information is power. And digital solution can play a great role in our region to accelerate the progress and to make informed decisions. The final thing is mainly about institutions and the role of our institutions to build their capacities and also to be connected and to put people and vulnerable people at the heart of their strategies. And this is the 5 I's are really the importance for our region to work on them. Yeah.
Let me memorize them. So we have you started with integration, and then infrastructure. Information. Information is 4.
Yeah. So information, innovation. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have integration, innovation, infrastructure, information, and the institution.
Exactly.
Memorize them. They are excellent. Thank you. This is very good roadmap. Dr. Asset, I want to finish with you this panel, and maybe if we have time, we can open for the floor if they have questions. I am sure people are left with more questions than answer, actually, after this. Dr. Asset, go ahead,
You
please.
asked a very simple question.
Yeah.
Perhaps the answer is not so easy. You asked if in your lifetime we can see clean water supply. I'm 83. I can tell you, if we do things properly with the knowledge we have, the fundings we have, in my lifetime, I can see everyone having clean water. We have that. Now, when we talk about, again, it's the issue of management. When we talk about Jordan, Egypt, etc., they're not intermittent water supply, or India, or Bangladesh, or I do not know a single Jordanian family or an Egyptian family or an Indian family that does not have 24 hours water supply in their home. What they do is the water that comes for 2 or 3 hours a day, they have an underground tank, they fill it up, they have developed their own utility system, they have an overhead tank, whenever water is needed, they pump, they have 24-hour water supply in the house. So the supply may be intermittent, but for the household, they know how to keep with a very stupid system, okay? So again, it's mismanagement. So why cannot provide them 24 hours a day, 24 hours every day, when the households are actually using 24 hours of water that's coming? It's poor, simple, bad management. That is my thesis. And water problems, again, I say, are solvable. Money is available. I do not believe that this money is a problem. In fact, if you have a good project, the funders and the donors will fight over each other to give you the money. Yeah. If you don't have a bad project, and most of the projects are not properly thought out, not economic, and so you have a problem the donors don't want to touch it. So that is the problem. So if you can produce a bankable project, money is not an issue.
I get the point. It's very interesting. Now, according, of course, to the program I have, I can open the floor to the... Yes, please. There are the mic. Who have a question that will be asked to our esteemed panelists, or an idea to add? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I think very fruitful discussion. My name is Faisal from Dubai Supreme Council of Energy, looking at the strategy of Dubai. I don't have a question, just have maybe a comment. I think here at the GCC we have sort of unique circumstances in terms of harsh weather, in terms of heavy dependency on AC, and in terms of greenery that we have, in terms of low rate of rain. So I don't think it's fair to be compared with the European cities. I think we have debate before in some sort of special discussion, and this is not here. We're not here to debate this, but definitely the comparison, always we have this issue when it comes to comparison with the European city, with the North American, with the Far East. So we should not be compared because the circumstances is different. We can only be compared with the adjacent or neighboring city that we have, whom basically share similar, I think, environment with us. So that's just a comment from my side.
Thank you. By the way, if anyone wants to comment as well, or to you want, it's up to you. You can always, Dr. Hassan, go ahead, and I will give you the link. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think benchmarking is really important for any country, just to move forward, to see that their neighbors or any a place which is the same conditions that could like have the same consequences and their role also to progress with solutions. But I think one of the important things is really to look at also the conditions of each country. As you said, there are many mistakes when it comes to the benchmarking, and being one of the major issues about climate, but also about the systems itself. Systems with intermittent water supply is completely different from continuous water supply in terms of operation and management. So we need key performance indicators are really important for the countries to move forward and adapt.
Adapted to each country and its situation. Like you said, like here we live in a very harsh climate. Yes, please.
I would submit, sir, the Gulf countries should benchmark themselves with the similar climatic situations, like Namibia, which is even more of a desert than Gulf. Why is Namibia so Bentuk's water supply is so good? So instead of looking at the Western countries, perhaps we can start looking at some of the countries with the similar climatic conditions, similar aridity, how they have solved their problem.
Interesting. Namibia, one of them. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for the excellent panel. My name is Omar Saif. I'm with WSP. And I have a question regarding the behavioral aspect of demand-side management. Dr. Asset mentioned something really interesting about the importance of having behavioral economists within utilities to support in DSM. My question on that is, what tools do we have, within our arsenal to tackle demand-side management or behavioral? And I want to just highlight a particular context for the UAE, and I think some of the other Gulf countries, is over here a lot of awareness campaigns, in my opinion, whether it's in recycling or otherwise, have failed, not because they were poorly designed, but just because of the turnover that we have here. You have a very diverse population coming from different cultures, backgrounds, and at the same time, very high turnover, especially here in Dubai. So how do we tackle behavioral economics, but not necessarily from awareness, but other tools as well?
Interesting. Dr. Asset, do you want to take this? And I will give you Dr. Cecilia as well. Interesting point.
The point you raise is very important, especially in Dubai, where the turnover is great. I'll give you one example of how the behavior could be changed. And again, I go back to Singapore, and my colleague Michael Toh can give you better. In Singapore, they are doing an experimentation now with a shower. It's a shower. Each shower has a simple flow-through meter, and after 5 minutes, it becomes red. You'll be amazed to see the human behavior at those households that have installed that simple flow-through meter. When it comes through red, it becomes red, they stop showering after 5 minutes. So how do we change behavior? So we have to start not only the behavioral economists, we need behavior psychologists as well in this. So what we have to do, because the water problem, in my view, is a multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral, and multi-issue problem. It's not a one issue, several issues. So we need very urgently in all the water utilities, behavioral economists and behavioral psychologists, which they will bring lot of information, a lot of changes in how people perceive and use water.
Interesting. Dr. Cecilia, and then I will come back to you. You wanted to answer this question as well?
With the support of PUB National Water Agency, we are doing with the Institute of Water Policy an analysis exactly on what you mentioned, water demand management in the ASEAN countries. And we have made our typology, and we have come out with a very detailed typology. But basically, you come to the pricing and non-pricing instruments. And we have seen different policies and legislations from all the countries in ASEAN. And Singapore always excels. But you see the other countries, how have they improved? And many times has been not the city, but the utility who is in charge of several cities. And you are right, awareness campaign is not enough because people grow, people change. We say we are going to educate the children. We were children, others were children. We receive information and we are wasteful, so it doesn't work. What else do we do? And very much what we have found that it has helped is that it's part of the daily conversation. It's something with which you grow. Why is it that now the world is so worried about climate change? And we feel like it is like somebody running behind us with something that is going to hit us. So climate change is going to affect the life of every person. Can we make this with water? Can we bring it to the level, to the society? Can it become a daily conversation? And then people will understand, the billions of people in the world, the same way that there are demonstrations on the street as we had in Glasgow, and all young people produced was garbage.
Yeah.
So we are aware that climate change is affecting us. Well, let's make the conversation in such a way, let's bring it to every corner of the world. Why are we all wearing face masks? Why are we all concerned about climate change?
Yeah.
What about if we bring the conversation? Water is important.
Repetition in the discussion about the importance of saving water.
Right.
Interesting. It's psychological as well aspect, like Dr. Asad said. Yes, Dr. Hassan.
Yes, it's mainly to build a new culture for water, especially for our region. Because if we say like awareness campaign, and if you ask someone reduce your consumption, you said okay, but they will not reduce. So for that, there is 3 main areas we must work on them. First, it's about education, and from the childhood for each child, and also for all students to learn about the value of water, and even to be aware that using like such cans is not sustainable for the use. The second is mainly about technology, which plays a great role, using smart meters, and also using some installment to the water taps that could reduce the water that coming, increasing the pressure of it. This will reduce impact, very powerful tool to use it. And the last is mainly about policies. If you want to implement it, you have to implement a policy with financial impact. If you reduce your consumption, you will give you like some incentives for them to reduce the water. If you use more, so you can use more. And this is why what we are calling, especially in the Gulf area, to use digital tools to communicate with the customers and to make their policies also dynamic. with not like static tariff structures.
Interesting points. Yes.
If you'd allow me just to make one last comment on the subject again of the behavioral aspect and the importance of having behavioral psychologists on board. One thing that I would absolutely love to see in the region, and I really have not seen it unless otherwise corrected, is to have something like a nudge unit, which have been popular in behavioral economics. Nudge units, which are basically to achieve policy objectives through nudging people towards the right behavior. And a lot of it is, of course, trial and error, research, because we don't all know what human behavior is like, but that's part of it. I would love to see that for this region and to really start, tackling these core issues of energy conservation, water management, etc.
Interesting. Anyone?
Can I come back very quickly? As of one who's been coming in and out of the Middle East region, Gulf region all the time, the major problem in this region in the families, awareness is very difficult to raise because the person who is in charge of water in the households are the maids. Maids are the house. So you can teach a Emirati young kid to save water, but the real issue is how do you educate the maids, because they are the mistress of water, in charge of water in the house.
Yeah. So, but after all, you have to give awareness to everybody using water in the house, from the kid to the maid, the mother, father, etc. Do you think there are more questions? Yes, please. Will organizer, you tell me when is the last. I'm enjoying this panel, to be honest.
Thank you all for having this fruitful discussion. It's really great to have all this experience in one room. So I want to take the opportunity to ask, I've heard about the policy, I've heard about the difficulties from behavioral, how it's been dealt with water. But what about the regulatory framework? Usually utilities are the entities or the enablers to make these policies happening a reality. And usually there are different regulatory framework happening in different countries. Us here, we're trying to go toward more of a collaborative type of culture where we bring the private companies in being contributor to the solution. And of course, utility as a driver of all of these solutions usually need to have this umbrella in order to make economic decision. And there is a lot to discuss in terms of that, but I believe the regulatory framework is the guide for the behavior or institutional investment that could happen in the future.
True. Dr. Hassan, you want to answer this?
Yes. It's mainly governance is really important in our region, and the role to have an independent governor, because he is the link between the institution and the people. And what happened in most of the cases, you don't have you have a problem with cost recovery, so you say you increase the water tariff, and you put all the challenges on the customer side, so you increase it on it, while there are a major challenge with the high levels of non-revenue water before even it reaches to the customer. So you put all the challenges on the customer side, and this is very important. The governor can play a great role in order to structure the tariff, and also to communicate, and also to make the institution accountable for what they have been doing, and to make the way forward for the sector, even to look at the future for the country. And this is very important, that we cannot, what we have today is really would be replicating in the future, and especially with increasing demands and climate change. That is already, the research said that 6 to 14% of the GDP of our region will be impacted economically from climate change.
Interesting. Yes, doctor.
By Water Authority. One of the first regulatory frameworks, sir, is very important. We have to have the right regulatory and the legal framework. But if I was in charge of Dubai Water Authority, the first thing I would do is to do an audit in the average household of the Dubai people. How are they using so much water, to what purpose? Unless we have this information. Maybe they have, but I have gone through their website. Those type of informations are not available. Even it does not say how much, maybe I missed, but it does not say in their website what is the per capita water use of an Emirati
So if you have
citizen.
this information, Dr. Asset, what would you do with it?
Then if you know how much water they're using, why, if it is 4, 5, 6, 7, 800 liters, where is the maximum water going? Then focus on that to see how do we reduce it. Because for toilet flushing, cooking, and drinking, you don't need more than 75 liters. So where does the rest of the 500 liters going? We need to know that. Unless we know those facts. In Singapore, we have all those facts, how the water is used by. So we need those facts to see where the most of the water is being used, and then develop policies and regulations to reduce that. Without that, we can't do it. Because we really don't have that information.
You got it, yeah. You got the information. Thank you. I think, yes. I think with time, this will be the last question. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just to add more clarification to
your name, please.
My name is Hosni Gidira. I'm Director of Research at Mohammed bin Zayed University for Artificial Intelligence. My background is water science. Regarding the remark of Dr. Asset, you know here the water is not subsidized. In the UAE, we're paying the most expensive bill for water. 1 meter cube, the customer pay $2.5 per 1 meter cube compared to 40 cents in the US. So the incentive for water saving is that should go more to agriculture usage, because if you see the UAE usage of water, it's more than 60-65% of non-renewable resources going to agriculture. And the other thing, the water ecosystem here, when you talk about water energy nexus, the water here is energy. It's coming from desalination. Saving water is saving energy. So here in the UAE, we can easily convert 1 liter of water to 1 kilowatt hour. So using overusage of water resources at domestic level, it's not easy to link it to depleting natural resources, because most of the water uses are desalinated water coming from energy. Energy is available, and the customer at the end is paying the full cost of water usage.
So, Dr. Asset and then Dr. Cecilia.
What you're saying is, I accept what you have said.
Can you put up the mic, please? Then we can hear you.
Yes. The point I would like to make is water use has to be seen from a broader perspective. How can we reduce the average water use of a citizen? Why are they using it? So that is my main question. If you have those type of information, then we can sit down and together develop a policy to see how per capita consumption is reduced. And your point is perfectly valid. If you reduce even the per capita consumption of water, the wastewater produced will be also reduced. So you will save energy. You don't have to treat this extra wastewater. So it will be a win-win-win situations all over. So what do you say? I fully agree with you.
Dr. Cecilia, to end with you.
This was a very relevant comment. One, because of importance of research, a topic we have not talked about today. Research is what is going to solve all these problems we have been talking about. Research in policies, research on technology, research about behavior, but it's research what we need. Research that the governments do and also the companies. And it's very important to leave the research not only to the academia, because the objectives are different. In the academia, it tends to be more theoretical. We need research by the government, and we need research by the private sector. That's one aspect. About the water and energy, on which absolutely you are, of course, you are absolutely correct. In California, the energy department says that every decision on water should consider energy, because they say every time that the water body takes a decision, it's affecting us, but we are not having that discussion. So we are basically reacting because we have to produce more energy. And so what is important in the case of California is that this is becoming a policy. You need a policy, a broader aspect, where every institution that takes that decision on energy or on water considers the other sectors. But thank you for bringing this. It's research.
Interesting point, because after all, it's like Mr. Faisal, correct? What he said, it is a completely almost different landscape from any other countries or in any other continent. So your point of view are amazing. Maybe they should be a little bit adapted to this region to make it the most use of this expertise, because it's completely different than any other part of the world. Yes?
Yes, you're right, but the case of water and energy is the same all over.
Yeah.
Germany has very strong campaigns because they say, I'm charging you for the water, not only because of the water you are using,
but because of the energy. Yeah.
And in winter, the hotter your water is,
yeah,
the more
we are in a
energy
region
I
where
have
they
to
don't have
produce.
problem of energy as well.
So in that case,
they don't have problem.
Yes,
yeah.
that relation between the water and energy, that exists
It's very
everywhere.
actually, water and energy, it needs another panel, Dr. Mohammed. It's another really very important discussion for the future. Thank you for our esteemed panelists, Dr. Hassan, Dr. Asad, Dr. Cecilia, Mr. Yana. Thank you so much for this insightful information in this panel, and thank you very much for all the present people in here. And I will leave you for the next panel. And Mrs. Sumaya. Yes,
I'm sorry.
Yes,
and
go
if
ahead.
I can make
Sorry.
a small advertisement, we're bringing copies of publications. If
Yes.
anybody's interested, we have them with us.
You,
Thank you.
Dr. Asad, you have a book. I allow you, and please give it also another advertisement in your book, in your hand. the mic. The microphone.
Two books I would like to do that is maybe of interest to the water authorities and even water board. One is on Singapore. How did Singapore's water supply and wastewater treatment in 1965, when it was just like any other developing country, became one of the best in 20 years? What were the enabling conditions to do that? And the second is Phnom Penh. It's still a very poor country, very poor capacity, but it is providing 24/7 water which people can drink from the tap. And I have a copy of the Phnom Penh water story.
Yes,
I'll leave you,
please.
Your Excellency, for you to take a look. But I would like to say that these are behavioral institutional problems. Many of the urban water, for example, the urban water problems of India or Mexico cannot be solved in 1,000 years with the technology or economics, whatever you say.
Yeah.
Because it is the institutional problem that is the
issue,
real
the problem.
issue.
Yes.
If you have the head of any water utility in Mexico, the average stay is 18 months. They have no knowledge about water or utility. They come, learn, they know in 18 months they will be gone. They don't have time to plan, they don't have time to implement. So if India or Mexico just make one minor change, politically a major change, that head of the water utility is headhunted, the best person is selected, give that person 3 years term and say within 3 years you have to reach this benchmark, and if you reach these benchmarks, your contract will be renewed for another 3 years with a different set of benchmarks. 60 to 70% of urban water problem of India and Mexico will be solved without any further cost expenses.
So, since I have to be fair with everybody, sorry, Sumaya, you have a book also coming out.
So yeah, my book also on urban water security, which calls for a new paradigm to achieve urban water security, especially in our region with our conditions. But also I would like to encourage everyone to follow the Middle East Water Forum, which is a unique platform that connects all water stakeholders. And this is what we need, like information about what we need to do to achieve water security for all.
Thank you for all. Sorry, Sumaya, and please go ahead.
Totally fine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists for a very rich discussion, and also to Ms. Nofer for being an excellent moderator.
Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite you to the coffee break, and we will resume the symposium at 12:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now continue our symposium with the second panel titled Addressing Water Security, Solutions and Policy Proposals, Lessons from the UAE, which will be moderated by Ms. Alia Al-Awadi, researcher at the Economic Studies Department at Trans Research and Advisory. And I would like to welcome the panelists, Dr. Husni Ghdera, Dr. Shihab Al-Amri, Mr. Faisal Ali Rashid, and Mr. Umar Saif.
Dear ladies, gentlemen, and esteemed experts, thank you all for joining us today. My name is Alia Al-Awadi, and it is my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of Dr. Mohammed Al-Ali, the CEO of Trans Research and Advisory. The UAE today stands as an important nexus between the Orient and the Occident. A strategic geographic location has facilitated its transition into the international hub and cultural melting pot that it is today, with its cities continually welcoming individuals, ideologies, and passerbys from the east and the west, while creating a safe space for them to mingle and harmoniously coexist. Yet, despite these affordances, the UAE's special geography also brings about one of its largest potential threats, and that being water scarcity. Facing the Arabian Gulf, the UAE is surrounded by salt water on one side and mostly dry desert on the other. Its typically warm climate boasts less than 15 centimeters of rainfall each year, definitely not enough to sustain the nation, making it one of the most 10 arid countries in the world. In fact, as of 2018, the UAE consumed about 15% of the world's desalinated water. However, according to the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, His Excellency Suhail Mohammed Faraj Al-Mazroui, who spoke earlier this week, we now consume more water from aquifers in the ground than we do from all the desalination plants in the country. Considering that the largest demand for water comes from agriculture, as the previous panels have discussed, depleting the already limited natural aquifers poses a danger to the fertility of the land and the sustainable access to water. With the backdrop of the worsening climate crisis and the increasing global demand for water, water security took a seat at the top of the nation's agenda. To mitigate the potential threat of water scarcity, the UAE issued a forward-looking strategy in September of 2017, which we know it as the UAE's Water Security Strategy of 2036, and it aims to ensure water access is both sustainable and in line with the World Health Organization standards at all times, including at times of crises. The strategy employs a wide range of mechanisms in order to meet these objectives, including policy development, legislation, water conservation awareness campaigns, and a large focus on research and development. In early 2018, Dubai launched the GCC's first commercial vertical farm, which through hydroponic technology cuts back agricultural water demand by 90%. By January of 2018, the world's largest reserve of high-quality desalinated water was built in Liwa at a cost of 1.6 billion dirhams, storing 5.6 billion gallons of water, enough to sustain 1 million people for 90 days. And by the end of 2018, the city of Al Ain cut its non-revenue water, or water that is produced yet wasted before it gets to the intended user. They cut these levels from 45% to just 10%, using cutting-edge technology like real-time hydraulic modeling, automated water balance calculations, and automated leakage detection equipment. Dubai is currently pushing the envelope on research and development to power the desalination process, or reverse osmosis, through 100% renewable energy and particularly solar power. It uses solar energy to transform seawater and contaminated water into clean drinking water. Working with a Dutch startup, Desalinator, the project is revolutionizing the industry as it requires no filters or chemicals, making it portable and thus effective even in the world's most remotest areas. Similarly, Masdar in Abu Dhabi launched a renewable energy water desalination program in 2015 that is still ongoing for the same revolutionary impact on future water sustainability. Expert estimates that these solutions are up to 75% more energy efficient than technologies currently available in the market and are expected to save around 2 billion dirhams in energy annually. A joint venture between Ishara Capital and international investment manager headquartered in Abu Dhabi and the Italian Varagon Water launched technology to harness humidity and turn it into mineralized drinking water for drastically cost-effective prices at about 3 fils per liter. And yet the UAE's interventions are not limited to harnessing the climate and natural resources, but also aim to strategically change it for a better sustainable future. Cloud seeding is a complicated operation that increases the amount of rain from clouds by injecting cumulus clouds with salts to make water droplets heavier so that it rains. Today, we have a panel of seasoned experts whose professional experiences pose a wealth of knowledge and expertise on the matter of water security solutions. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists today, Dr. Hosni Ghadira, Dr. Shahab Al-Amri, Faisal Ali Rashid, and Umar Saif. Thank you all for being here today to discuss this crucial matter and envision a future of water security in the UAE. We will begin our talk by inviting Dr. Hosni Ghadira to begin, but allow me to read his bio to you all first. Dr. Hosni Ghadira is presently the Director of Research Engagement at Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence, the world's first graduate-level research-based AI university. He received his master's degree in civil and environmental engineering from the University of Sherbrooke in Canada and his PhD in water sciences from the University of Quebec, also in Canada. Before joining MBZ UAAI, Dr. Ghadira served as a director of the Research Center for Renewable Energy Mapping and Assessment at Masdar Institute from 2010 to 2020, and before moving to the UAE, he spent 6 years at the City University of New York as assistant professor and research associate professor. He was the founding director of the Environmental Remote Sensing and Image Processing Laboratory at the NOAA Cooperative Remote Sensing Science and Technology Center in New York. And Dr. Ghadira boasts 20 years of experience in diverse sectors of energy, environment, innovation, climate, with a total of 10 of those years at managerial level in national and regional institutes. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Ghadira today to contextualize the issue of water scarcity. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Alia. I think to add to your remarks about, you mentioned some project that was run by Masdar at that time regarding solar desalination, and I was fortunate to be involved in that project and to have this scientific background in water science and water resource management, and to be exposed to renewable energy and clean energy research and how those two can be mixed together to improve water treatment efficiency. Because as it was mentioned from the beginning, from the previous panel, that all our drinking water in the UAE is coming from desalination. Some small cities and small areas in the UAE that still rely on groundwater, but almost 98% of water coming from desalination. And to put in the context of water security, we see that, okay, so the water, the seawater is a limited resources, but also we are exposed to very high risk in any accidental environmental pollution. You know that the GCC, the Gulf region, it's the most busy waterway for oil tankers. 20 million barrels per day navigate next to the Hormuz Strait. All the export, like 80% of Saudi export, all the export of Qatar, Kuwait, Iraq, part of Iran will navigate through the Hormuz Strait, that a couple of kilometers from the UAE coastline. So imagine if something accidental happened, major oil spill happened, so we have to shut down desalination plants. So this is, I see it's more one of the challenging dilemma that we have to face in terms of water security. But the UAE, what they did the last 10, 15 years is to start exploring the option of aquifer recharge and to have this strategic storage water. Maybe my colleague Faisal can explain the DIWA project on on having the strategic water storage for 90 days for Dubai if something happened like that. Because the problem with desalinated water, we cannot store it. You cannot store it in tankers. It has to be stored either in aquifers that we have to keep moving the water. So this is a very important technology. Maybe later on we can develop give you more overview, but other projects like climate modification that I was involved in, a couple of them, the cloud seeding, improve the seeding operation to increase the rate of rain, artificial rain. And now we are exploring a couple of other innovative projects in geoengineering, how you can modify the microclimate here and to improve at least the cloud, artificial cloud, and to increase the rain. And a lot of research has been done, and we here in the UAE also we are investing a lot of resources to improve, because as you said, we are located in an area with very low rain. There is almost, this year we are fortunate to have rain in December and January, but in 48 hours we have the rain equivalent that we should have it in 180 days. But there are other solutions that we can leverage on and we can develop, and you can sustain it here, because we're talking, as I mentioned in my comment earlier, about how water can be directly linked to energy. 1 liter of water can be converted to kilowatt hour, because you need energy to desalinate water. And we are not concerned about depleting seawater, because seawater is infinite resources. But what we are concerned of is the salinity of the Gulf region is also, as some study mentioned, are increasing, and it's more than 20% higher than other like Mediterranean and all the Arabian Gulf or the Arabian Seas and Oman Seas, for example. And this is when salinity increases in the water, the energy needed to salinate increases as well. And the main reason is not just for the UAE, because the whole region, we have no fresh water coming to the Arabian Gulf. Before we used to have 2 rivers. We have Euphrates and Tigris River, Dijla wal Furat, from Iraq. This is the only source of fresh water coming to the Gulf, but there are no, those 2 rivers are not running anymore, and with the low rate of rain recently, so the only fresh water coming to the basin of the Gulf is coming from the limited rain that can improve the circulation and can improve the salinity of the water as well. So those studies are very important to see how we can explore this variability, how we can be ready, how we can mitigate any risk, especially when talking about climate risk.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Ghadira. Would you like to elaborate a little bit, please, on why depleting aquifers is a problem? I know you mentioned that the seawater is an infinite resource, but explain the mechanisms that would have spillover effects, of course, on the water market, but also, like you said, the energy market and other widespread spillovers.
Okay, when we talk about depleting water, you mean like the groundwater. So we saw that the UAE, we have a limited, because it's not renewable resources. And the issue that we faced the last 10 years is when we start adding food security to the energy and water nexus, because people are talking about water, energy, and food nexus at the same time. Because the philosophy here, because when the UAE start investing in renewable energy, the question why oil-rich country is investing in renewable energy. They have very large resources in oil and gas, but the question is to sustain life in this region after oil is to have to produce local food, and then when you have energy, so you can desalinate water you can irrigate and produce food. So if you can improve technology of desalination and to close the loop between energy and water and food, so you can have sustainable ecosystem here. But to go back to your question, as you know that for all countries, but the UAE is using now 60% of aquifer water for irrigation. And this is part of many subsidized program for the government as part of the food security initiative, but definitely this should be revised. I'm talking, Naufar mentioned 90% of Saudi Arabia. Yes, Saudi Arabia is consuming 90% of their groundwater for irrigation. So if any initiative to save water, I think we are focusing too much on domestic part of it, but agriculture is the key. I'm originally from Tunisia, and Tunisia they use 80% of water resources in the country for irrigation. And now they start thinking to start like implementing desalination program. It's very expensive program, but saving 5% from irrigation water will be much more enough than what you can generate from desalination. It will cost much less. Professor Asset mentioned leakage. Yes, in those network, because here in the UAE still we have new network. Just to give you some numbers about Dubai, 60% of Dubai residents are living in neighborhoods that were built in the last 10 years. 80% are living in neighborhoods that were built the last 20 years. So the distribution network is still new. I believe the number that's published by DEWA of 5.6% leakage in the distribution system. And you are right, because the question of leakage in the household after the meter, it's mainly coming from the landscaping, because large villa with large gardens, and if you have issue with the water bill, the first you have to check is the landscaping and the irrigation and irrigation system in your garden. So this is just some example how to put in the context of agriculture usage and domestic usage.
Yes, thank you so much for that. With that, unless you have something else to add, Dr. Ghadira, I would like to invite our second speaker to the stage and to speak. Dr. Shahab is a technical leader in the Dr. Shahab Al-Amri is a technical leader in the power and water sector with over 19 years of experience, heading globally recognized projects and providing utility infrastructure guidance and knowledge. He began his career at Transco as a pipeline support engineer and has gone on to prove himself as an expert in his field, rising to his current position of Water Asset Division Leader at Transco. His expertise spans the fields of asset management, project and program management, and team development. Dr. Shahab holds several degrees, including a PhD from Cranfield University in the UK, a master's in engineering system management from the American University in Sharjah, and a bachelor's in mechanical engineering from Valparaiso University in the USA. Additionally, he is a project management professional certified and a chartered mechanical engineer, IMechE. He has a proven track record of building, developing, and managing high-performing cross-functional teams and being able to rapidly diagnose problems and provide solutions. Dr. Shahab is also a regular spokesperson with sought-after thought leadership at international industry events. It is an honor to have Dr. Al-Amri here with us today to share his opinion on the challenges to water security and implementation, as well as proposed solutions for the UAE. Thank you.
Thank you, Alia. I'm very privileged to be among you guys. It's really nice to have the level of expertise covering different policies, practical technologies, and I feel that it's a very good forum to get together and see each other and talk about one of the old new subjects of water that's always been in the minds of the water sector experts. So I would like to take things in a different manner, talking on the practicality and how utility practitioners have been evolving through that sector. It's been a very good session in the first panel where they have touched on the policies and the different inspiration that water is being faced and the challenges that we as practitioners go day by day to try to solve. And just to highlight some of the things that us as practitioners been struggling with, and we try to find solutions in terms of the future inspiration to be achieved. The assets that we've been built, UAE in general and Abu Dhabi in particular, have seen a tremendous development through the years since 2001. And it's been a growing demand that's been a 7% per annum on average year by year. And that have posed a very focused and very particular challenges in terms of meeting that demand. So the centric focus of the utility companies was to meet that demand and to build the necessary infrastructure to support whatever economic development would take advantage of that infrastructure and bring value to the country. So now we reach to a mid-year kind of asset life. And that asset life require much more look into how to manage that asset. in terms of information, in terms of digitization, in terms of how to fix the framework to cater for kind of a refurbishment or replacement type of projects where it's not linked directly to demand. And that poses the question where security of supply is, even though that's been put and it's been highlighted and enforced by the regulatory body, but it didn't bring into attention what framework that served that in terms of economics. And usually the justification of bringing those type of projects, here Doctor have mentioned about aquifer. Abu Dhabi have actually commissioned one of the largest aquifer in Liwa, where we can supply 40 million gallons per day for 90 days to Abu Dhabi city. That said, this is only to cater for that security and to highlight the risk that we could face in terms of having all the desal units on Arabian Gulf. And there was the strategic move to bring 26% of the desal units on Fujairah side, which is more of a lesser risk type of environment to get the water desalinated and pushed to us. But all of this is been directed by the leadership, and it wasn't been pushed or driven by the utility as an economic justification. But really, when we are moving towards being a privatized entities to enforce more efficiency into the companies, we need that sort of incentive to give the utility the leverage to utilize new technologies and to experiment basically on the new technology trends that's happening. And I can tell you stories about the different technologies that we've employed, but the idea is water as a water sector utility. We always like to invest in mature type of technologies. We don't invest in new trends, and only because the inertia that we have, the level of assets that have been developed is so huge for it to be moved and to have that change of technology paradigm is not easy to do. And that where policymakers, researchers should come into and support the utility companies in ensuring and acknowledging these challenges as practitioners faced on daily issues. So I would like also to mention about decentralization, and this is of course an outlook view as a practitioner that we can see vividly coming into our ways. I've heard about the leakages, the essence of human behaviors, but really this could all change if the technology that's coming up as a desal is becoming too cheap for anybody to be able to afford. So for example, on RO technology, it's becoming more and more efficient and cheaper per meter cube, that really anybody could afford it. So what would stop them to go and do their own thing and support their local demand in terms of the whole network? And that would mean whatever investments we've done throughout the years since 2001 will be a burden onto the companies and the economies on how to facilitate that. So there are different challenges in terms of how to drive the new next technology and new next framework into reality. And we've seen so many changes happening in the past few years, where new companies coming up to drive efficiency into bringing digitization as a strategy. That's one of the old new thing that now has been emphasized from a utility company perspective and also from a regulatory perspective. And basically because now any projects that should come in should have a value that's been proven to the consumers at the end. And we try to help in driving the tariff down and bring that efficiency into the equation. We've gone through, now we're going through the transformation of decoupling between power and water, where the thermal unit cycles that's been used at the last 23 years is now moving towards more of electrification of water and use more efficient technology that doesn't waste the energy or the thermal energy into producing water. And we're going through that direction, and that comes into the strategy of decentralizing the water production. And of course, us as me speaking from a transco or transmission company perspective, we want that partnership to be solidified with private companies. And that said is basically us as a utility, we need to formalize the right question for them to solve. And usually it's been many view on what are the challenges are in terms of practice. And it will be guided by the utility because we are at the ground and we are on the sites, and we're trying to solve the issues and the challenges on the spot with the consumers. And of course, all of this been outlined in different codes, water transmission codes, water security codes, level of service requirements, and all of these has been imposed into the design to enable that, to bring an extra level of resiliency into the water network design rather than only economic view. But it's not that vivid, or it's not that clear for the decision maker to make those investment decisions with the view that it would serve the end customer at the end. And this is where I want the thinkers like your respective self is to help in bringing or pushing the envelope of a regulatory framework to give that incentive to the private companies, to the utility companies, in getting that new project perspective and justification into the equation. I mean, it's been highlighted the water security strategy for 2036, and this is one of the projects that we participated with the Ministry of Energy. And one of these projects that came out of is the more interconnection with different emirates. And we've commenced several projects. We've connected with DIWA, with IWI, with different entities. We're looking into having cross the boundary of UAE with neighboring countries in the future. And all of that is because to increase flexibility and resilience into the network. It might not be pushed from a demand perspective, but really water is so essential, and the value of the water, it would be increased through the coming years. The value that if we thought that it was necessary at the past, in the future it would be a power struggle to get, and it would become so essential commodity that there would be actions towards securing such a commodity. So for us as a utility, as a strategist, as a regulator, are we ready for it? Are we able to understand that value, and how do we secure a source, transportation, and distribution into the function? So there's a lot. I'm really happy that I'm involved, especially in this phase of the transformation happening in the power and water sector. It's becoming more vivid to the decision maker and to the strategist that we need to think ahead of time rather looking into the past. Of course, there would be some gaps that we need to address, and the only way is we need to step forward and we address these gaps as we go forward. And of course, I can assure you, Dr. Asit, if I get the chance, the water that we supplying is desal, can be consumed by humans. But the regulatory framework that we operate under is ensure the water up to the flow meter of the consumers. Now, any assets beyond that doesn't fall within this code of distribution. And this is where the conundrum comes. How could the utility be liable for an asset that we don't maintain downstream of a flow meter? Whether tanks are not cleaned periodically, is the assets has been tested for water quality? Does the assets available there to ensure monitoring and controlling that quality? And I guess maybe that partially answers your question, but really it poses the question, do we maintain this, or do we broaden the regulatory framework to cover as well the consumers? Because at the end, all what we're doing and the service that we are bringing in is in the service of the consumers, is to support whatever development comes, either in economic, industrial, agriculture, residential. All of this is, we just provide the platform. Now, if we get more efficiency, that's great. That will only buy us time. Instead of doing an investment now, we'll do it 5 years from now. But at the end, the development is the basis for us to provide that platform for. Sorry, I might be just going ahead with the discussion, but of course, it's very passionate subject. It's very an interesting subject for me. I've been working in this now almost 20 years, and I've seen firsthand how things can be affected on consumers. And I've seen the technology advances that has been brought into the sector, where the collaboration between the private companies and the government entities is really the sky is the limit. You could push the boundary so far that you could solve everybody's problem with much more of attention needed into the subject. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I do believe that deserves an applause. But please join me in welcoming the third speaker. Faisal Ali Rashid is a UAE national who holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering issued from Dayton, Ohio University in 1991. He is also certified PMP and earned an LSC professional certificate in the area of energy public policy making. Mr. Rashid boasts extensive experience in energy management, including supply strategy and demand management. He has a strong background in process industrial plants, including oil and gas, power and water generation processes, material handling processes, glass manufacturing processes, etc., so on and so forth. Faisal Rashid currently holds the title of Energy Demand Side Senior Director in Dubai Supreme Council of Energy, where he looks after the whole spectrum of energy demand management in the Emirate of Dubai. Prior to this position, Mr. Rashid served as Project Division Manager and Project Manager in the oil and gas industry for 15 years, where he handled mega feed and EPC projects and also served as a General Manager in glass manufacturing company. Thank you, Faisal. Please.
Thank you very much for the good introduction. Maybe give some sort of introduction. I think the evolution in energy management in Dubai is very dynamic. It's part of, a usual thing. If I look at the Paris Agreement, the commitment that I think more than 100 cities have made, and UAE as a government also made a pledge to reach net zero carbon, and Dubai as well made a resolution to reach net zero carbon by 2050. I think we're very practical in terms of strategy implementation in Dubai. We already have a strategy. We already have a vision, we have a roadmap, we have measurement and verification, we have a reporting as well, we have a governance structures as well in terms of reporting. We have also an intervention means in terms of if we lag in terms of execution behind, then we can intervene through our decision maker. And if we are ahead of the schedule, also we look at, I think, to scale in terms of achieving our project. So I can say that before I get into the water, there are many mature technology which are being scaled, like renewable energy. This is very much scalable, and Dubai has proven we are almost like 3,000 megawatt. We have crossed 10% share of renewable energy, including CSP and photovoltaic. Electrification of vehicles are also happening. So these are mature technology. Then I think there are, these will cover 50% of the objective. Even if we go 100% renewable, 100% EV, I think they can only deliver 50% of our main objective. The other thing have to come from more difficult industrial sector, like aviation, like shipping, like manufacturing, even energy storage as well. That's another thing that has to come. So we need definitely others, basically pillar of technology like hydrogen, which is not mature and not scalable at this time. The carbon capture storage as well. These are not, they haven't reached, so they cannot basically be part of our roadmap now, but definitely I think we monitor and we keep our eye open. In terms of water also, I think before before launching our strategy, we have fragmented strategy, like desalinated water is put separately, and then you have the treated water as well, and then you have groundwater, which are separate. So within the strategy, which is launched, I think 5 years back, we have an integrated approach. So we're moving from fragmented to integrated approach, looking at saving every drop of water that we produce from desal and then get converted into treated water, and then we utilize treated water for multiple purpose, including greenery, including parks, including multiple purpose as well. And still we have, I think, more ambition to reach more difficult recipient like industrial. Still, we haven't reached industrial sector in terms of using the treated water. And I can say also that different nation and different state and different city have different challenges, different circumstances. So here, I think within our region, we depend heavily on the desalinated water. So definitely, I think this is a main source of clean water at this point. We have also challenges on the groundwater, as my colleague mentioned, that since you're depending heavily on desalinated water, you definitely have to have a reserve strategy. So DEWA or Dubai Water and Electricity Authority is constructing a strategic reserve aquifer to basically hold or give a backup for 90 days and also can give 50 million imperial gallon per day, and also gives a good backup in terms of reserve water. So that's a key. In terms of the strategy that I have mentioned, what we have achieved in the past period, and we usually share the achievement with the public. We compare business as usual, that what would be the consumption of water and electricity without the demand side management strategy and the integrated water strategy. So we have saved more than 10 billion imperial gallon And also this is 8% of business as usual, which we issue every year. And by 2030, we should reach, in terms of reduction or in terms of saving, 30% of the business as usual. Overall, I think in terms of water, I can take the question maybe later on, but overall, I think the key objective is to increase the share of treated water. So I can give you some figures. We have looked at all the three resources that we have: groundwater, desalinated water, and also treated water. So for residential, they consume 50% of desal water at this point as we speak, and 20% of the water that is used, they use it outdoors. So this is like a loss. This is an area where we can maybe worked on. So these are some sort of measure that we're trying to look at. And then once it goes into the end user, I think it goes into the sewage or sewer network, and then it gets treated into the sewage plant. And then from plant, it goes into the multiple user, including public greenery, including right-of-ways, including parks. So Dubai is very advanced in terms of utilizing or making optimal use of treated water. But the strategy also define what we need to do next. I think we still don't have a network, I think, within the neighboring. We have network toward big user like mall, for TSC I meant like 5 stars hotel, the parks as well. But I think in terms of reaching the last customer, that is something that we could work on the horizon of 2030 and beyond. So I'll stop here, and I'll leave the floor for the other speaker. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Faisal. Join me in inviting the final speaker today before we open up for the Q&A session. Umar Saif is a cross-functional sustainability professional with experience in research, consultancy, and government. Currently, he is a manager in WSP's advisory services, focusing on smart, sustainable, and resilient communities. Prior to that, Umar was a regional economic advisor for the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where he supported Dutch water, energy, and agri-tech businesses enter the Gulf market. His previous consulting role with EY's Climate Change and Sustainability MENA team included the delivery of a wide range of sustainability projects, ranging from sustainability strategies to techno-economic feasibility studies across several sectors, including waste, power and utilities, oil and gas, and construction. In addition, Umar worked as a policy researcher at several renowned research institutes in Canada and the Middle East, where he focused on power and water sector reform. Umar holds a mechanical engineering degree, a master's in engineering in energy and public policy, and a bachelor's of science in environmental science from both McMaster University in Canada. I'm delighted to welcome our final speaker to share his thoughts on water security. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Alia. And I'm gonna just try to take a slightly different take. It's always unfortunate or fortunate to be the last speaker. But what I'd like to do is just to recap some of the main lessons learned and maybe add my 2 cents as well. So sticking to the title of the actual panel session, I would like to highlight some of the lessons from the UAE, because I do think there's been a lot of fantastic progress made in the water sector over the past decade or so. And I'm going to start with maybe highlighting 3 key points. The first is around resilience. The second is around sustainability and continuity. And the last is around governance. With respect to resilience, some of my colleagues here, they've already mentioned it, but definitely the scale at which desalination has been proliferating in the region has added to the overall supply and to the security in the UAE. But noticeable points about that is if we take look at a few years back when we had some of the major red tide events the harmful algal blooms that disrupted desalination operations in the UAE and in the Gulf region in general. I think that was a very good wake-up call for a lot of the utilities in terms of how do we adjust our operations so that it's not just about providing capacity, but also being able to weather particular disruptions. And what we saw from that was a very clear response by the utilities in the region. So, you know, hats off to DEWA, Transco, and others. But what they did is that, you know, not only did they improve certain intake systems and the actual processes with respect to desalination, but there was also looking at strategic water reserves, which were both mentioned for Abu Dhabi and Dubai as well, in addition to the diversification of the water sources itself. So not looking exclusively at the Arabian Gulf, but also the Arabian Sea or Gulf of Oman through some of the desalination plants in Fujairah and elsewhere. So these are really important points with respect to resilience. On sustainability, if we look at the impressive leap that we've had over the past several years with diversifying the electricity mix or electricity generation in the UAE between nuclear, solar, and others, this all, just to kind of bring it back to what Dr. Husni was mentioning about closing the loop between the water energy nexus and food, which we'll get to, was very important, because if we're talking about the long-term sustainability of the country and the region, water, of course, plays a very pivotal element, and we need to make sure that water source, which is desalination, meeting the potable needs, at least, of the UAE, is in fact sustainable itself and coming from a sustainable source of energy. Lastly, the last point I'll mention around sustainability is also the decoupling that was also mentioned between the power and water sector. This, I think, to those operating in this sector know that it has led to a lot of operational efficiencies as well, when you're able to optimize power according to power demand and optimize water production according to water demand. And it's also opened up the possibility for renewables and others to enter, since we transitioned from thermal desalination to membrane or electricity consuming desalination. So all of these have really transformed water security and made it more sustainable. The very last point I have in terms of where we currently stand and the improvements or lessons learned from the UAE is also around the governance. And I think one of the most interesting but hardly ever spoken about accomplishments over the past few years is around how water is actually governed, or as a portfolio where it sits within ministries. You know, before, not too long ago, it was within the Ministry of Energy, but now it's been moved around so that it's within the Ministry of Food Security and Water Security. And I think this is really powerful, because it also echoes that operational decoupling that's taking place within the sector. And the reason I view this as quite important is because when we're talking about where is water consumed in the UAE, and you know, for most countries in the region, overwhelmingly it's consumed in the agricultural sector. So to have the ministries combined looking at water and agriculture or food security combined, I think presents a lot of synergies, and it's really a different take from what other countries in the Gulf region are doing currently. So for that, I think the UAE should be commended. So that's in terms of where we currently stand and some of the lessons learned from the UAE. That last point does bring me to what is the core issue in my personal opinion, and that is definitely groundwater. So kind of in line with this year's World Water theme of making the invisible visible, I'd just like to take a few minutes to talk about groundwater, and it's something we've touched on quite a bit in this session and even the previous session. And what I want to highlight is not only is the UAE's groundwater overwhelmingly non-renewable, so these are fossil aquifers that are being utilized up to 70% or more for agriculture. So in a way, what I want to say is that if we want to talk about water security, you know, as it's the objective of this session, good water strategy, I think, translates directly into good agricultural policy or good agricultural strategy as well. And when we talk about the UAE's food security strategy, I think it has a lot of very important pillars and key objectives that have been raised, including enhanced, sustainable, technology-enabled domestic food production. So this is one of the pillars of the national food security strategy. And you know, the real question comes is, how do we want to move towards sustainable food production? I think many of us who have seen some of the farms or are aware of farming practices here, historically, to a very large extent, it's been more of a hobby than a real commercial or food production endeavor. And that's a problem. So in a way, we have to disincentivize poor production and incentivize good, sustainable food production that actually meets the food security aspirations and ambitions of the country. So with that, I would just like to go into my own policy recommendations, since I think that was the title as well. And I have 3 policy proposals that I would like to include. The first is around regulation. So one of the interesting things, owing to the legacy of the UAE and I think the oil and gas and mineral deposits that are here, is that unlike many other MENA countries, and I think this is according to Article 23 of the Federal Constitution. So any mineral rights or natural resources within each emirate, it is actually a kind of public goods, or it's the ownership of the government. So land ownership does not equate to water rights. And that's actually something that's really good to have already within our legal framework, because that means that if there is poor water consumption or high groundwater abstraction occurring in specific farms, you know, the government does have the authority to actually stop that. The legal mandate is there. And I would very strongly argue for that as well. I mean, for a lot of the farms that we have in the UAE, they're not necessarily very productive. They're consuming a lot of groundwater. You know, historically, there was a lot of like I think that the example was given of wheat in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. So there's a lot of rationalization that can be done in terms of the crop selection, in terms of the maybe introducing quotas in farms for how much you're able to utilize. And this brings me to the second point, which is tariff reform. We often talk about tariffs in terms of a residential or commercial point of view, but quite rarely do we touch on it from an agricultural perspective. And in the UAE and even some other Gulf countries, agricultural tariffs are typically amongst the lowest, both water and energy. And what I would argue for is that to make a push towards more sustainable food production, we need to really give water the value befitting of it. Even groundwater, so not just desalination. And to do so, you know, we should actually increase the price of water, so meter it to begin with, which is not currently taking place, and then introduce good water tariff costs on the production. And on the flip side is electricity. For a lot of modern agricultural production, whether it's greenhouses, vertical farms, they are definitely energy intensive, and that's the trade-off between consuming much less water in greenhouses or vertical farms, is it requires energy. So if the UAE wants to push towards more local food production, they have to pay in energy. And that rationalization could also be translated to the tariffs, where you could have certain incentive schemes or maybe subsidies for a certain number of years towards farmers or operators who are producing more sustainably and consuming less water. Very lastly, and I apologize for taking a lot of time, it just goes back to the issue of governance as well. So I'm just going to relate this to food security again, and if we want to push towards rationalized food production, where we're producing the things that make sense to meet particular nutritional needs of the country, I really think this has to be done in an industrial policy planning sort of fashion. It cannot be left entirely towards the free market as it's being currently done in the UAE, where you have individual entrepreneurs or landowners just go and develop farms, and they all get amazing media attention, but is it really falling into what the food security vision is and what the country requires? I'm not particularly sure. And to do that, the government can definitely play a more proactive role in maybe tendering PPP projects specific to agriculture, creating food tech valleys, providing the infrastructure to make it cost effective, and so forth. So I apologize for the lengthy rant, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
You're actually right on time. Don't worry about it. It was worthwhile. I would like to open up the session to the Q&A. I'll begin with a question directed to each of the panelists here today, and then I'll open up the floor to the audiences so you can prepare your questions. I'll begin with Dr. Ghadira. Drawing from your personal experiences, what are the biggest challenges on desalination process in the UAE?
I think as it was mentioned by my colleague, Dr. Shihab and Mr. Faisal from DIWA and Transco, so we are going through now shifting technology into reverse osmosis and decoupling energy and water production. But if you go back to history, because you know that most of water production is cogeneration, if you take Jabal Ali as example, and this has created many incentive, let's say for Dubai. If you see the history of Dubai, the water production that time was a byproduct of electricity. So we produce electricity, and byproduct we produce water, and then we find out we have excess water in the summer because we have more demand for electricity for cooling, but we don't need all the water that will be produced at the time, because you know the population, like 85% expat, most of them travel in the summer, so domestic demand for desalination water, it will be reduced. So the idea at that time started with the recharging of the aquifer, the Liwa project, and the new project that was announced recently by Dubai, by DIWA. But to go back to the advantage about desalination technology and how I am surrounded by also mechanical engineers, so in terms of using also the steam that will be generated to improve the aluminium industry that is becoming number 2 after oil and gas, and UAE became like the 5th global producer of aluminium thanks to this setup of whole coupled production of electricity and water. To go back to your question regarding desalination challenges, or yes, we are shifting to reverse osmosis. Dr. Shihab mentioned that most of Fujairah project also are reverse osmosis, and this is much cheaper, much efficient in terms of energy. Now we managed to reach $40 per meter cube produced, and this is very competitive compared to the global price. Especially it takes from Fujairah side is slightly cheaper than when you do it in the Arabian Gulf, as I mentioned earlier about the salinity of the water. And definitely I think we are on the right track. The desalination now, it's covering the whole needs for the water consumption and also for some agriculture now, because also we are seeing some desalination unit for the brackish water for irrigation as well. So if you go back, small farms, they have access to groundwater, but salinity is much higher than what's needed. So we have small unit of aero desalination as well to reach a certain level of salinity for irrigation as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that answer. We'll move on to Dr. Shihab. You mentioned decentralization in your talk, and you describe it as a bright future for the water sector. Would you kindly elaborate on the pros and cons of a decentralized sector in the UAE particularly?
Yeah, decentralization coming from the advancement in new technology, and Dr. Husni have touched on, because of the technology is becoming more affordable and more efficient, there is a look into decoupling the energy and water that we actually based all this development based on. Now we are moving towards having a segregated type of production between water and power. Now decentralization is coming because of the affordability. If you have access to sea, you could have and provide that setup to get that water production. But for us as network managing type of company, how to make sure that production units are accessible to all. So the idea is how to integrate this new decoupled units of RO and provide that service to all of the consumers. And we've started embarking on a new look into the planning of the transmission assets and the distribution assets to make sure that it's sufficient, we can utilize the existing system, and at the same time provide this accessibility to consumers, whether from industrial, agriculture, residential consumers. So decentralization, it's not pushed only because of water, it's now pushed because of power production as well. It's more efficient for power to start producing power on open cycle type of units. And this is giving more incentive in terms of fuel consumptions, in terms of responsive time, and also it caters for or it enables the more penetration of renewable into the grid. So because of the two commodities are been going hand to hand since the start of the whole industry, now we are parting ways between water and power, and now we're trying to look into the whole network and see, can we bring more efficiency in terms of assets, in terms of production, and in terms of accessibility. Thank you.
Perfect. I think that clarifies things. Thank you. Faisal, this question is directed towards you. What are some, given your background and in the Council of Energy, what are some of the water efficiency key performance indicators that can be tracked at city or national level?
Yeah, I think we have many key performance indicator or indexes, starting from per capita consumption for desalination, water, and also the I think the energy use to produce water also. That's important I think criteria that we look at it. The salinity also of returned water going back to the sea, and then I move to the share of treated water as well. We as I said that as we speak, if we look at all the resources of water in Dubai, only 25% share is basically accounted for treated water, and our strategy basically to increase this to 50%, and we have a roadmap basically to increase the share of treated water. And the other also indicator is the fit for purpose quality of treated water, so it can be used. I wouldn't say like the example in Singapore that they go all the way and then they drink I think treated water, which is something I think we will not do here in Dubai. There are many reasons, you know, that this will not happen in terms of drinking, but there are multiple uses. As I said, it's already been used heavily in the for different purposes, including greenery, including district cooling, which also a key performance indicator. We like 5 years ago, district cooling used 70 or 75% desalinated water, and this share has been changed now. It is more and more they're using treated water, which is basically costless. It doesn't basically emit gas. It is cleaner. And I also want to conclude my answer by saying that water is renewable. I think in the previous panel, it was mentioned that water is not renewable. It's unlike oil and gas. Water, if you treat it fully, it goes back into the loop. I think then somehow it can be renewable if we basically cover all the used water and then goes into the network and then utilize fully. I think it is, to a large extent, it can be named renewable. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the answer and for the important emphasis on the renewable nature of water. And my final question is directed towards Omar. I wanted to, you touched on a lot of things in your final segment of policy proposals, but the last thing about, actually this was the second thing about the tariffs and pushing up prices, I think it links back to what Dr. Shahab asked and posed a question, if prices will increase in the future and are we ready for that? I know you posed it as something that is more of a positive, you proposed it as a solution at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, like was emphasized in the previous panel by Dr. Cecilia, there are human costs at the end of this. There are livelihoods at stake. Would you elaborate kindly on the spillover effect of these increased prices and how policies that we can mitigate for that, for the larger good?
Sure. Yes, thank you. I think it's just important to distinguish between the different kinds of tariff customers here. So residential or residential tariffs or commercial tariffs is different than agricultural tariffs. And what I was highlighting specifically was about agricultural tariffs to farmers or licensed farms that are producing. If they are connected to the grid, then they have a certain amount that they would pay for water or electricity. Part of what I was mentioning as well is that at the moment, most of them, they're not necessarily grid connected when it comes to water. They're using groundwater, but based on the legal framework that we have in the UAE, they're not necessarily the owners of that water, which means that this is where I think policy needs to come into it and regulation. But each emirate does have the authority technically to one, meter the water on those farms, and two, to even charge them for it, because it's a national good, just much the same as oil is. And historically, there have been a lot of cases where people discover oil on their lands, and then it's dealt such in that way by the state. So that's the first point. In terms of the second, and I recognize that this is maybe an unpopular view. There's a lot of traditional farming that happens here in the UAE. I'm sure many people here in the audience, they might have their own or their family or their friends, and it's in a way part of the culture. But I think that's where we need to have an honest discussion with ourselves, is if we really do want to push towards food security, right? And having a certain level of local food production and safeguarding groundwater resources, then in a way, if you're a traditional farmer, you have one of two avenues. You either need to modernize your operation so that it actually supports the local food production in a way that is more sustainable and utilizes less water, or you have to exit that market. And it might sound blunt to say that, but that's the reality, because we're not talking about replenishing aquifers. We're talking about fossil aquifers. There will come the day where we're no longer able to use them or exploit them. So that's where my kind of policy interventions or suggestions come in. And just on the last point that I'll say is that I highlighted increasing water tariff, or introducing a water tariff at that, to incentivize that positive production, because there's a lot of good irrigation practices that are available. I'm not just talking about high-tech greenhouses and vertical farms. Even there's more modest solutions that can be done that are much better compared to what's currently being adopted.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. Yes. Please go ahead.
On the farming, I think to bring some sort of interesting topic, we realize that if we look at the extraction percentage that we're extracting water from the ground is maybe 12 times more than the recharging. So this will create definitely an issue in terms of losing your water reserve, which is strategic since you're depending heavily on the desalination. But I think, ideally speaking, we can move with policy to, as you said, to stop the usage of groundwater. There are more than 2,000 maybe farms within Dubai, but sometimes it's difficult to move quickly. So we have adopted with bimunicipality to sort of all these farms. There is the groundwater are unmetered. So the idea is to sort of meter all these, especially the heavy user, okay, to meter them so you understand the consumption, you know what is being extracted, and then the next step maybe to slowly go towards subsidies in terms of providing the meters and everything. And it could take more than a year to reach, you know, the ideal aspect of stopping groundwater and then replacing it with maybe treated water and so. Sorry.
No, thank you so much for that intervention. I think that was needed and answered the question. But yeah, I wanted to say that thank you for the clarification about the difference in tariff, but I still believe there to be a long-run spillover effect, even if it's not direct, but even if there are agricultural tariffs, there is bound to be some sort of deadweight loss. And as policymakers, maybe we don't have the answer for it now, but we need to keep in mind that that exists, and we need to make sure that that burden is not laid on the most vulnerable, which typically happens in these scenarios. That's where the question is heading. And now I would like to open up the panel to the audience. Please, if you have any questions, there are mics here, so if you can raise your hand. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks so much for this great discussion. As we talked about water and energy nexus, what about water and energy and climate nexus? Because this is very important for Emirates when it comes to the carbon emission or the carbon footprint from the water system. It would, since most of the water is coming from desalination, which is high intensity energy, so it means that more carbon and more climate impacts coming on it. So how you manage to do that? We know that UAE has a vision to reduce the carbon footprint overall by 30% by 2030. What is the role of the water sector here? Because you know, you talked about the water energy, but you didn't talk about the climate point. And also with Dr. Faisal mentioned about the KPIs for the water sector. Do you consider the climate issue and the carbon footprint that for each cubic meter that's coming from Dubai, which would be, if we are talking about the benchmarking with other countries, so you will be very high, and comparing with other countries, so you would be like in a good position when it comes to climate issue. And if I may also comment on the governments and governance issue and the role of the regulator, which is very important when it comes to the consumption. For the water utilities, some water utilities, they usually prefer people to consume water so they can get more revenue. And comes as the role of the governor to really manage and balance this, the demand, and also to reduce the consumption for the customers. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan, for the question. Yeah, since regarding the carbon footprint, since we will manage to link 1 liter of water to kilowatt hour, it's easy to calculate the carbon footprint. So the option, if you add the climate component, is to diversify and add the portion of clean energy to the whole system and to the whole energy mix. Now the UAE, if we take about the nuclear energy, the 5.2 gigawatt now it added to the grid after the 4th phase. The renewable energy between Dubai and Abu Dhabi for the solar park in Dubai, and Suwayhan and the other large solar installation, we are reaching now more than 5 gigawatt, and I think there are another 3 in the pipeline between CSP and PV plants. So we'll be reaching soon the 50% share in the energy mix from clean energy, if we can classify nuclear as clean, because so far it has 0 emission if you manage to manage the waste of nuclear waste of those plants. So definitely the climate component is there, But just to add another component is the water footprint of food as well. We are here, you can go to the co-op supermarket, you can find local tomato at 3 dirham per kilo. If this is the real cost of tomato, no, because this is very highly subsidized water, subsidized electricity as well for those farmers as part of the food security program of the country, but definitely this should be revised, taking, as Omar mentioned, taking into consideration the water usage. Most of those farmers are using non-renewable water resources that they believe that they belong to their lands, but it's not true. But how this, as mentioned by Faisal about Dubai initiative to control those kind of overusage of farming side of groundwater as well. So to summarize, definitely there is a linkage in terms of between the carbon footprint of any water usage, because most of our water coming from desalination that is energy intensive consumer to produce the water itself. And then definitely I think the only option to reduce the environmental and climate impact on our water consumption is to by diversifying our energy sources and by adding more clean energy to the mix.
Yes, thank you. Please.
I'd just like to add, I mean, we've started this journey before even this KPI has been set. The leadership have already seen that this is coming. And the idea was to bring more efficiency into the sector. Just to give few numbers in terms of decoupling, we've started since 2017 on putting more ROs into our fleet. So we've now it's mostly commissioned Tawila RO, which is 200 million gallon per day, and one of the biggest RO plants in the world. And there would be another 200 million gallon of RO will be distributed around the demand centers to optimize in terms of transportation of that water and also to increase resiliency within the network. So the idea of the carbon footprint, I mean, there's a lot of parameters that's factored in that equation, one of which is efficiency. So the more efficient you are in producing that water, you coming closer and closer to reach that. And we've already set a roadmap in terms of meeting that KPIs. And as Doctor have highlighted, it's already underway even before an official announcement have been made. So, yeah.
Yeah, coming, I think, from engineering background, I can add to my colleague that today 90% of energy is being produced from gas generation and 10% as we speak from renewable. And of course by 2030 renewable will be 25% and 2050 100%. So RO is basically the solution, and already the Dubai Power Authority is implementing the defined roadmap. So by 2030 we'll have 41% RO, and automatically in order to basically, because as we speak today 90% of water also is based on the combined cycle, which is basically you generate power and then automatically water is a bio. So this target of 2050 automatically I think will increase I think in terms of emission that you have mentioned, it will improve the emission. And this is a micro or macro level, I think, initiative. If we look at the micro level, I think there are many things. And the demand side management, as they mentioned in the previous panel, your behavior. Behavior can only influence 5% of the of reduction. The rest will be policy and technology. And you tackle macro level initiative, which is, as I mentioned, to increase the share of treated water, even if you get to 100%.
You're getting a response from every single panelist. I just wanted to add something, but I think it's related, but it was not your intention, around climate change, but more on the climate adaptation side of the water sector. And this is something that even we're working on at WSP to support clients in the region. It's around more of the climate proofing of critical infrastructure and also doing those risk assessments. So whether it's for things that are of importance from an economic point of view, like your oil generating or your revenue generating assets in the country, like Ruwais or otherwise, or if we're talking about desalination or power generation assets, which are close to the shore, and they're so not just sea level rise, but there's other climate risks that can impact the criticality of those operations. So I think that's another important element that's not always discussed, but it's very important moving forward.
Thank you to all the panelists and for that question. Okay, we'll take one last question, but we're running out of time.
Just a very quick question to Dr. Amery. You mentioned, and several times other people do, 2036 strategy of Dubai. Now, what we're seeing in the world, the world is changing so fast, technology developing so fast, that any long-term strategy is obsolete in 2 to 3 years' time. So, question number one is, do you have any plans in Dubai to update the strategy every, say, 3, 4, 5 years? The second question to Dr. Al-Rashid, I think you mentioned about the red tide. Red tide. One of you mentioned red tide. You did. Okay. To you then, from what I've seen, the figures now from Oman and from Qatar, red tide is becoming a very serious problem, and that is becoming a problem for desalination as well. And much of that we think is coming from fertilizer, but some from maybe from the domestic waste. So to what extent the Gulf countries are now interested in looking at red tide, because that could be a very serious problem very, very quickly?
I can try to address the red tide question first. I think some of my colleagues, they're better desalination experts than I am, so maybe they can answer as well. I think you're right. So in terms of not just in the Gulf, but in so many other places, part of it because of eutrophication or runoff, part of it because of climate change, so impacts in the actual water chemistry of these water bodies. You have more and more of these kind of like algal blooms. I think my comment earlier about the adaptiveness or response to it that has been good is from a resilience point of view. So the part of it is a technology part, which is relating to intake systems, and how are you treating it, or how are you even responding to some of these algal blooms. I know there's, I believe DEWA has even brought on some technologies like even like ultrasonic systems or something to one, actually identify when they might happen beforehand so that they can respond to it, and even to treat it or respond to it quickly. But more importantly, again, my comment was more about the things like the reservoirs that are being built, the aquifer recharge, the network redundancies that are in place, all of which can give more time to respond to such a situation. But feel free to add in.
Just to add to the red tide, I was studying this for the last 10 years. I think the incident that Omar is referring to, it was in Kalba in Sharjah. This happened like 10 years ago, and then it's like an outbreak of red tide, algae. And definitely we did some study, we find out that the frequency of red tide outbreaks is increasing. And the main reason is because we have more dust events, so deposition of dust over the Gulf that bring more nutrient and that trigger more activity of the algae itself. And it's very sensitive, especially for the aero technology, because if the aero will be impacted by algae, I think that has also toxicity. Definitely you have to shut down the whole plant. And if you have no strategic storage, like the one now is being implemented, especially for Abu Dhabi and Dubai, utility company, definitely I think in Sharjah, they shut down the water for 2 days. This is the only source for seawater is through the Kalba station for desalination. So this is important what Omar mentioned about the resilience of how we can respond. I mentioned oil spills, but yes, red tide also is one of issue that should be mitigated for resilience for water distribution and water security as well.
Your first question, excellent question, of course. I think And it is in our mandate to update the strategy every 3 to 5 years in Dubai. We have done it twice. And also in terms of strategy implementation, we're being very practical and reasonable. So we will not say like in 2 years we will not have any desalination. We will not say in 2 years we will have all EV. We're very reasonable. I think in terms of disruption, you don't want to disrupt the economy. As long as you go gradually toward your goal without affecting the economy, I think you'll have a great success. So this is the strategy that we have adopted to utilize the new technology as it comes. Today, hydrogen is not mature, so we will not make it part of the strategy, but there are many pilot projects done by DEWA, done by ENOC. Carbon capture also is not a scale at this time, but Abu Dhabi also is doing many pilot projects. And that's it.
Just maybe to clear some misconception. I work for Abu Dhabi Emirates, so basically just to sort out the strategy. For us, it's been set by the leaderships. Usually the regulator pushes for the direction. And for us, the strategy is the means to reach that goals, right? So that the strategy could change like this in a single year if there is a new impact in terms of technology or in terms of some unforeseen information that we've gained. The idea is to be an agile management utility company. Is how do you react to the new information that you get? And the first question is, do we have that information level and information can be gathered and collected and analyzed correctly? But really strategy is just an overalling type of document that it brings all the expert that we have within the industry and revisit the steps and plans that we have to see, are we needing of any modification to it to reach to the goals that's been set by the government. As simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And unfortunately, we have come to an end. We ran out of time. I would like to extend a sincere thank you to all our panelists here today for joining us in person and for all our audience tuning in person and live. We hope at Trends to host you again at one of the many symposiums and an ongoing series of online and open public events. Once again, thank you all very much.
We have reached to the third and final panel of the symposium titled Water Security in Transboundary Systems, Cooperation and Water Diplomacy, which will be moderated by Dr. Christine Alexander, Head of Strategic Studies Section at Trans Research and Advisory. I would like to welcome the panelists. We have Mr. Loïc Charpentier, and the panelists joining us virtually, Dr. Farah Hijazi, Dr. Ashok Swain, and Ms. Hasmeek Barsikian.
Thank you, Somaya. I would like to welcome the audience again for this last panel and our distinguished speakers. So I'll make some introductory remarks and then we'll progress based on the sequence of the speakers that we have lined up. I'll briefly introduce them. They will have about 10 to 15 minutes to make their remarks. Then I'll engage them in a few questions and then we'll open it up to the general audience for some Q&A. Let me just start off by saying there are 276 transboundary river basins in the world and an estimated 148 nations that have international basins within their territory. As we have heard today from various presenters, water can be a source of conflict as well as a source of cooperation. But it is not inevitable that water-related disputes will erupt. However, water conflicts are ruining livelihoods and driving tensions. Water security raises questions that go to the heart of international politics in terms of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and access to resources such as water, food, and energy. For the coming decades, climate change has the potential to cause significant and highly uncertain impacts on societies, undermining human security and increasing the risk of conflict and instability. In terms of water diplomacy and transboundary systems, there are various stakeholders on this issue that have different and sometimes conflicting interests, claims, and cultures, especially in those areas which are impacted most by an increased climate variability and population growth. There are challenges in terms of building communication channels between these different cultures, which takes time and a great deal of financial investments. Researchers and experts on water security have highlighted the significance of what they refer to as social political water scarcity. That is, in essence, discrimination based on caste, religion, nationality, so it becomes a distributional issue for the most part, as well as the concept of virtual water, meaning the amount of water that is required to produce a product. We have witnessed several cases in this region that speak to transboundary water tensions. One would be the Tigris and Euphrates, so countries like Turkey, Syria, Iran, and Iraq being the main parties here. But another one would be the Nile, where Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt are the major countries at stake here, and where we see an asymmetry of power privileges that some countries have over others. In a broader sense, what is commonly understood by water diplomacy or hydro diplomacy is an attempt to solve conflicts, but also the instruments and mechanisms through which opportunities are created for cooperation. Some frequently mentioned or cited prerequisites for successful water diplomacy are scientifically credible data analysis on the ground. There must be a consensus from the community, and it must be politically feasible. And all of these factors that I just mentioned are not decoupled, so they must all be in place to become a reality. Let me just close by saying that, in essence, water resources are to be shared and they need to be sustainable and equitable. The ultimate goal really of water diplomacy is to ensure regional cooperation, stability, and peace. And ultimately, the process of water diplomacy is about mutual decision-making and the involvement of all participants. So let's launch right into our discussion here with the esteemed panelists. Let me first introduce our first panelist, Loïc Charpentier, who is a water innovation policy manager with Water Europe that's based in Belgium. Please, Loïc.
Thanks a lot. so good for the first data that you mentioned. I had also for my side to really stress the importance of water, and water knows no border. And also from my daily job as a policy manager for Water Europe, so it's the biggest European association for water management, and we represent the interest of the full value chain of the water sectors to the EU institutions, so Parliament, EU Council, and the European Commission. And in our daily job, in fact, you are dealing with 28 countries at least, and we are more close to 35 countries. So we are in a specific case with the EU because it's a sui generis institutions. We have a legal framework. We have a sort of Supreme Court with laws like the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, the Water Framework Directive, and the member states have to comply with these legislations. And it's a particular case of transboundary management for the quality of water first, but also sometimes for the quantity. For example, in groundwater, the EU legislation, if I can say like this, for the member state to maintain the right quantity of water in the aquifer. And you have a lot of transboundary aquifers, groundwater aquifer, and you have a good example of that is the one between France and Belgium. You have two big cities who needs really this water for their own population. And you have a system of governance in EU based on river basin management or groundwater aquifer to manage this aspect. So that is one part of the job. After, sometimes this legislation is not enough. And we can have some suit case, what we call case with the court in Luxembourg. And in that case, you have two member states who has to find a solution. And it's the last case that we have, for example, it's between Czechia and Poland. You have a problem of pollution in groundwater close to the mine Turów. And in that case, you also need to have international cooperation, conventions and international conventions to find a solutions. So the EU law is not enough in that case. And we have also a second or third aspect for us. It's the water diplomacy from the EU Council. So all the member states now has a document for their water diplomacy. It's under the Slovenian presidency that we revise this document. And here, what is really interesting, they put really research and innovation as a very important tool in our relation with our neighborhood, like Egypt, for example, or Armenia, before Ukraine, but also all the Mediterranean regions, or with also other countries like South Africa and so on. And inside this conclusion, you have, in fact, all the elements that we need for a water-smart society. So to give you the definitions, because I think it's important to understand what is a water-smart society. I'm just looking where is it. It's, in fact, a society which recognizes and realizes the value of water. After, all available water sources are managed in such a way that water scarcity and pollution of water resources are avoided. Water and resource loops are largely closed to foster a circular economy and optimal resource efficiency. And the water system is resilient against climate change events, and all relevant stakeholders are involved in the governance of the water system. So it means that we need to have everybody around the table. The multinationals, the research technology organization, university, utilities, SMEs, so other solution providers, but also the large water consumer, the NGOs for us, and also the local authorities. And it's what we try to do with Water Europe, and for that we have 3 main programs in our associations. So we have 250 members from 30 countries now, and we try to first collaborate. So we use the EU research funds to develop consortium and to collaborate for protecting the resources that we have in terms of quantity, quality, but also in terms of nexus, like soil and water, for example. And after we have an advocacy program, and in that case, it's for her the opportunity to put the drivers in the EU legislations and to make sure that we can deploy the technology that the European Union has financed. And for example, right now we are recasting the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. We are developing a soil law. And in that case, we are discussing with all the member states, all stakeholders, to make sure that we will have in this law this element of a water smart society. Also, we are making some collective work with other organizations like the EU Water Alliance, and I'm very glad to have Asmik here because we work together on that. And we try to provide the information to raise the importance of water for each commissioners. So for her, the commissioners is the equivalent of a ministers. And we try to make them aware about the importance of water for energy, for transport, for food productions, for digitalization, and so on. And the last part that we have, it's the market program for us. And here it's to deploy the technology, and we are using two tools for that. We have water-oriented living labs. So it's on a local, in a local area, we try to make everybody around the table to develop a test bed, to make sure that these the population accept the solutions, but also the public authorities can pay for that and so on. And we have also the International Water Dialogue. So we are also collaborating with other organizations to exchange on the different ways that we can solve water-related challenges. And that we are really glad that the Commissioner for Neighborhood in the Cairo Water Week in October mentioned the Water Smart Society has a tool and a framework for our collaboration with Egypt in terms of food security, water security, protection of groundwater and surface water to in fact avoid conflict between the populations but also with other countries.
Thank you very much, Loic. We'll get back with some questions later on. Let's move on to the next presenter, Dr. Farah Higazi, who is a researcher of Climate Change and Risk Program at SIRPRI, which is the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute in Sweden. Please.
Local communities, so a bit of a different angle, but you'll see a lot of the principles that you mentioned in your opening come up. So I'll start first by talking about the Dawa Basin and aquifer. Both of those are shared between Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia, and within that basin. Within the basin and the aquifer, you have high unemployment, there's a lot of economic inequality, poverty, and most of the livelihoods in the region depend on migratory pastoralism or agriculture, so very much dependent on water resources. Some of the sort of challenges within the basin, they're sort of on two fronts. One is on the water resource side, and the other is on conflict. So if we think of, if we first look at the water resource side, what we're seeing or what our research has found is that there's physical water scarcity, which just essentially means there isn't enough water for everybody to go around. And there's demographic pressure on those limited resources. So population is growing, and again, it's not enough for everyone. In addition to that, you also have the challenge of, in addition to the physical scarcity side, you also have the challenge of declining water quality, and that's mostly within the aquifer, mostly because of over-extraction. Now, on the conflict side, this involves a number of elements. One of them is sort of directly relates to this physical availability of water. Because there isn't enough to go around, there is some tension around those resources, especially when there are droughts. The second factor in this, or on the conflict side, is that you have border conflicts between communities, and that sort of has to do with, you've got some conflict in Somalia with Al-Shabaab. There's also current conflict in Ethiopia. And so that's a sort of a background, is what's happening in the basin. Now, despite all of this, despite the physical scarcity, the water quality problems, and the sort of political conflict, there are things happening at the local level that sort of promote cooperation over those water resources. So what's been happening, and these are sort of community-based solutions, but what they are is, what's been happening is that communities have been building water pans to collect and store rainwater so that it's available for when there isn't enough water. What that has done is it has decreased tension between communities, because the way that this was designed was that sort of competing communities would come together to manage that resource, first to build it, but also to manage it. So there is a water management committee that consists of members of competing communities who can sort of come together and figure out how to do this in a way that works for everybody. So in a cooperative way, essentially. Now, I said that this was a community-based solution, but it must be noted that it is funded by the EU. So it's external funding that sort of made it possible. So that's the first, what's it called? The first example that I'd like to talk about. The second example is the Bahr al-Ghazal Basin and the Baggara Aquifer, which is shared between Sudan, South Sudan, and a very small part of the Central African Republic. So again, you'll see similar challenges here as the previous example. There are issues of groundwater pollution and surface water pollution. Livelihoods are mostly reliant on migratory pastoralism. And there's sort of, with the demarcation of the border between Sudan and South Sudan, initially in the peace agreement, there was the statement that there would be consideration, or that traditional migratory routes would be respected. But that hasn't really, there was no sort of implementation mechanism or anything about how that was actually going to be done. And so that has created conflict between groups across each of the borders. There's also been this problem of local conflict resolution mechanisms have deteriorated because communities have lost trust in each other as a result of the civil war. And just briefly, what happened is that some communities allied themselves with either militia groups or with the government, and so that just broke down sort of the social fabric, essentially. And again, the other thing that that's happening on the conflict side is that there is conflict over access to water points, as I mentioned previously, because of this border that's really just sort of disrupted these traditional migration patterns. So again, despite all of this sort of tumultuous background, there is stuff happening at the local level that has promoted cooperation around water. One of them has been, was not externally funded. It's sort of this, maybe organic is not the right word, but very much a local initiative where there are these annual peace conferences that youth groups and churches lead as a way to try and build trust again between communities and build peace between or along the border. And they discuss a whole variety of issues, but one of the things that they talk about is food and water insecurity and trying to find a way to cooperate over these issues. And sort of another part of this is there has been external support to try and address some of these water conflict issues, and that has been sort of a more traditional approach of funding increased access to water. And so what's been happening is there have been some wells that have been built in order for there to be more water really for pastoralists to use and to decrease the conflict between communities over access to that resource. So just to bring it all together, maybe come to some of the sort of the broader trends. I've been, I not hinted at it, but I mentioned it earlier that a lot of these initiatives to generate cooperation over water are externally funded, and it's very, very rare that you find something that's sort of truly bottom up. The other thing that's made this very difficult is the militarization of these intercommunal conflicts and the sort of politicization of it. And that comes from the example of sort of South Sudan border. Now, even though we have these challenges that we need to overcome, there are still some entry points that we can use to generate cooperation over this resource and in turn to sort of increase communities' resilience. And I think the most important one, and you'll probably see this through this panel, but also across the board in water security research and transboundary water, is to highlight the sort of concrete mutual benefits of cooperating over water. And the final thing is to sort of increase or improve the capacity for local dispute resolution, because they are important in many, many communities, especially in places where the government either doesn't play a role at all in dispute resolution or has a very weak role to play. I'll leave it at that and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Higazi. We'll move on to our third speaker for today on this panel, Dr. Ashok Swain. He is a professor and head of the Department of Peace and Conflict Research and UNESCO Chair of International Water Cooperation at Uppsala University in Sweden. Please, Dr. Ashok.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. My apology for not being in the expo in Dubai, but speaking from my office in Uppsala, Sweden. I would try to move out a little bit because there has been two solid area studies or area focus has been put here, and I will move it more global in my what I'm talking here right now. I think we know, I don't need to tell this audience the scarcity of water or the importance of water and the scarcity of water. The world is facing a huge water scarcity in different parts of the world. The climate change has made it much more problematic because not only the availability, but how much and when and what kind of amount we need and what kind of amount we will get. Those are the uncertainties have made it much more difficult how we need to or how we can share the water. While I'm talking about the sharing the water, there are 310 countries or 310 international rivers are there in the world, which supplies more than 42% of water. And those have been much more focused, discussed, and I will come to that. I mean, there have been the discussions about their water war, water peace, or conflict cooperations. Those have been generally discussed. But then we also need to know that 97% of our fresh water comes from the groundwater. And the groundwater is also not, most of the large amount of groundwater is not actually confined to a particular country. There are at least 592 transboundary aquifer systems which are shared between, or around 145 countries do get the water from there. Is there any kind of international law or there kind of universal principle is there to govern this? No, because I think, not in the transboundary rivers and lakes, though we have this UN convention, which got approved in the General Assembly in 1997, but took till, another 18 years to get it some kind of acceptance or get the required number of signature to get it a law. But I think there are not the countries, those who are really playing the big water game in the world, or even the middle water game. They are not part of it. And there is no no international convention or something of that nature for the transboundary groundwater. And I think we need to realize that when that is not there, and we need to just put a certain kind of prism for looking at all the water resources in different parts of the world and how that will be, we will put, world is facing the water conflicts, or world is facing water war, or water cooperation, or water peace. These are a bit far-fetched. I think we need to look at it much more specific in basin or region-wise rather than globally. And why I tell that? Because I think though we all talk about the water, but we need to know that the water sharing issues are quite different from one to another. When there has been a quality issue, which of course in this part of the world, in the western part of the world, or northern part of this world, the major focus has been the quality issue. And the quality issue, when this kind of sharing water, the quality issue comes in, and if you have resources and if you have technology, then it's easy to address them, and the willingness, of course. So we have seen in many of these rivers, those where the cooperations have been made or agreements have been made, they have resulted in actually improving the quality, so everybody has benefited, and that has led to certain kind of cooperation, or what we can talk about the water related to peacemaking or peace building. But when the issue, the other issue comes in the control, that is somehow because the control is probably somebody is not taking the quantity of the water, but only having the control in upstream. We are seeing that it was historically probably easier to address them, because we have seen in South Asia, we have seen in South America, that in the upstream countries where they were building dams, then you could get the countries together. On the downstream, you can get a negotiations that when the water will come, or even the Central Asia. When Soviet Union, the states, they were really having those kind of dams, sometimes for the energy consumption, sometimes for the agriculture. So you can get some kind of agreement. But gradually we see that those the agreements which were possible before on the control basis is becoming difficult. Look at what is happening in the Grand Renassa, Ethiopian Renassa Dam. That is not about the quality of the water. That is not about the quantity of the water. That is who controls that water upstream, because it's a hydropower dam. The water is not, nobody is taking the water from the system. It's just the upstream dam will keep the water upstream. So why it is in any case, you will probably imagine this is much easier to solve. But I think the new challenges, the climate change has brought some kind of challenges that which really makes it difficult for even the control issues or the control sharing issues are difficult to address. Then we need to look at the quantity. And I think that's what Middle East, most part of Asia and Africa are affected with the quantity issue of the dam or say water sharing. It is very easy for the people from the north to tell that, look, this is what is easy to, water sharing is easy to address. But when this issue comes on the quantity, it is mostly if you win, I will lose, or you lose, I will win. So it's a win. There is a very big difficulty to find that kind of win-win game while the quantity issue comes in. And I think that makes it much more complicated or much more problematic when we are jumping from this. If any country, the agreements which are signed on the basis of quantity allocation that will lead to cooperation or peace building, that's very, very long stretch of imagination, because that is actually making a settlement on a certain kind of limited issue, and everybody is competing at the same time that who will get more. There is a mutual benefit, which you look at the quality issue is not exactly reflected in the quantity issue when the water is being shared. So I think it is we as a water researcher or water professionals, we make big I think make a big mistake when we'll put everything, all the water issues together and jump into conclusion. Because when I started doing research on the water sharing issue in the early 90s, everybody was saying water war will take place. After 10 years, everybody said that water peace will take place. Now the climate change is coming in, then the water war or groundwater will take place. For heaven's sake, we need to sit down together, find out. There are always water war taking place or water conflict taking place. There is always water cooperation taking place. But why in some cases, the water cooperation or water agreement has much better cooperating value or peacemaking value rather than in other agreements? I think we need to, so I can say it frankly here. I think what has happened traditionally, and it continues to happen, all the water researchers, those who do their water research, have very limited knowledge in what is called peace research or conflict research or what is called war. So it's easy to make add those kind of terminology, water peace, water war, without understanding the exact meaning of it. And I think we need to realize that while we are using those concepts, we need to be very careful about those concepts and its meaning and its implications. And I think this is what is needed to reflect on. So finally, I think I want to say that I will be happy to address the questions and concerns, because I'm trying to give you nuggets. We can't really discuss all these things in 10-15 minutes. The most important for the water professionals in this room or interested water researchers in this room, when we are looking for the water cooperation or water management or water negotiations or making water policies, we try to keep politics out or politicians out or political leadership out. We think we know everything. Of course, we know everything, but to implement those everything, you need the help and support of the political leadership. If an agreement doesn't have, or a water sharing arrangement doesn't have the support of the political leadership, we are not going anywhere. We might have all the blueprints of everything, but unless we take politics into account, unless we put the politics into whatever the model we are making or whatever the proposal we are making, we need to get those kind of political understanding of the region and the political benefits of the political leadership in the mind. Otherwise, we will not able to get that agreement or any kind of political or water-related policies in the making. So I think there are two things in what I want to say in the end. That one, do not put everything in one basket, that the sharing of the water will have the similar implications in the different regions, because the different basins and different regions will have the different implications and they have the different issues at hand. Two, we as a water professionals need to include the politics and political leadership's views while making policies. I will stop here.
Dr. Ashok. We'll get back to you in a bit with some follow-up questions, very likely. Let's move on to our last but not least presenter, Hashmik Barserian, who's the president at the European Youth Parliament for Water, a future energy leader at World Energy Council. She is a professional in environmental management focusing on water and renewable energy. Please go ahead, Hashmik.
Warm greetings from Armenia. Thank you very much for this invitation. Today, many times it was mentioned that water risks like drought, scarcity, pollution, and floods can serve as threat multipliers that help trigger conflict or contribute to famine, loss of livelihoods, or displacement. One of the most important conclusions of the IPCC 6 assessment report is that continued global warming is expected to further intensify the global water cycle, including its variability, global monsoon precipitation, and severity of wet and dry events. This could mean that food security is threatened in parts of the world where agriculture relies on predictable rainfall. The findings of the Adelphi think tank on climate security experts show that climate change could increase fragility in all regions of the world. For example, over Southwest Asia, mountain permafrost degradation at high altitudes will be increased, and it will increase the instability of the mountain slopes. And it has already increased the instability of the mountain slopes in the past decade. And more than 60% of glacier mass in the Caucasus is projected to disappear by the end of the 21st century. Climate change could increase fragility in North Africa and the Sahel, for example, in form of farmer-herder conflicts, tensions related to climate-induced migration, tensions and disputes over water allocation, impact on state capacity, and the growth of armed opposition groups. Another example, fragility in the Middle East, of water scarcity and conflicts, food and livelihood insecurity, energy insecurity, disrupted transport and damaged infrastructure, human health risks. The water-related insecurity can occur on the international level as well as local and intrastate level. Water is certainly not the only driver of conflict, but it is an important one and often ignored. Where international humanitarian law and human rights are respected, normally there is no armed conflict. But, during armed conflicts, the priorities differ on each side of the armed conflict, and saving the environment and nature resources is the last priority. Let's take one of the cases. During the war in Nagorno-Karabakh in the South Caucasus in October-November 2020, forests in Nagorno-Karabakh region were burned by chemical phosphorus weapons. It remains in the land for a long time and have an impact on groundwater sources and rivers. Therefore, the population of the conflict zone and the environment they live in got the heaviest blow. The way how water resources are being used is a key factor along the water conflict chain, of course. And in some cases, as Dr. Swen mentioned and Dr. Hegazi also mentioned, water can be used as a weapon, a tool to put pressure on the other side, which can trigger an armed conflict. For example, the case of upstream and downstream countries. Another example is when water infrastructure, hydropower plants, drinking water supply, sewage and irrigation systems are deliberately targeted, aiming to expel a population from a conflict zone and gain military advantage. We saw this case during different armed conflicts, even just recent years. Again, I will take the case of the Nagorno-Karabakh armed conflict, but that I'm more familiar of. In that case, key infrastructure was severely damaged by regular bombardments, and the population was left without essential services. They were forced to seek refuge in large groups in basements and bunkers, thus further increasing the spread of the coronavirus within these confined spaces. Access to water, sanitation, electricity, and gas has been partially restored actually after the after the peacekeepers arrived. Let's take another angle to this, like when the ethnic cleansings and hate speech towards the population of the conflict area, in this case in Nagorno-Karabakh, before, during, and after the armed conflict, was one of the major issues. And now the armed conflict has relatively stopped, we can say like that, but the conflict is ongoing. Weeks ago, the conflict got a new form. So at night on March 8th, an accident occurred at the section of a gas pipeline, Shushizari-Flu pipeline in the region, and that area is under the control of the Azerbaijani armed forces. So due to accident, the gas supply from Armenia to Nagorno-Karabakh was cut off. The height of snow, the snow cover in Stepanakert is now reaching 30-40 centimeter. It's unprecedented thing. Usually in March, there is no snow, but this March, there's a lot of snow. And in these conditions, the population didn't have access to natural gas. Later, the Azerbaijani authorities were not allowing Nagorno-Karabakh maintenance workers to approach and repair the damaged pipeline. So for nearly 11 days, some 120,000 residents have been deprived of natural gas that is vital for heating homes, and also the schools had to stop. The supply was restored thanks to the peacekeepers, then it was again stopped. There are evidences that the Azerbaijani authorities have put a lock on the pipeline to release and to stop the gas anytime. So the natural gas is used as a mean to put pressure in this conflict and to force to leave the villages and towns. So the access also, on the other hand, why I presented you this case, the access to water is also under the risk, as the main sources of drinking water are now in the areas where are under the control of Azerbaijani armed forces. Another major concern is also to protect these water resources and also to protect water bodies from deliberate pollution. So we need to always remember that access to water and sanitation is a human right, especially for vulnerable population which are living in the conflict zones. And we need to ensure, first of all, their access and their human rights, protection of their human right to water. So here we come to our first takeaway, that the water needs of people living in conflict zones should be embedded in future agreements in different parts of the world. What if we could predict violent conflicts before they arise and help stop them? So actually, there's a tool to do it, a tool that was launched in 2019 by the Water, Peace and Security Partnership, and that can predict the risk of violent conflicts up to 11 months ahead of time. This global early warning tool uses machine learning coupled with environmental, meteorological, social, and economic data to forecast exactly where organized violence is likely to occur. Early trials suggest an 86% success rate in identifying conflict situations where instances of organized violence lead to more than 10 fatalities. So the goal is to help relevant decision makers, including politicians, communities, and the private sector, to proactively and effectively address water-related security risks. Of course, to address the risk, we need to cooperate and use also water for cooperation. Of course, this is the cooperation is of the utmost importance to secure the right to water for the local population. During these unprecedented times when the world is facing global challenges, climate change, migration, pandemic, it is more important than ever to work together to build a better world. So we need to strengthen multilateralism by joining all our efforts and using water for peace, to increase stability in the EU and in the rest of Europe, in Asia, in Africa. So multilateralism here is a key, and we need to work on it more and more to stop further conflicts. Whenever we speak about global cooperation, we also need to acknowledge young people's capacity for multicultural understanding and their ability to unite around common global goals so that we can build resilience to these global challenges. European youth in water can take the lead as non-state actors in facilitating dialogue and communication on sensitive topics and taboo issues through the water and peace discourse. And indivisibility and diffuse reciprocity, that are the very core of multilateralism, and youth see it as the way forward for an equitable and peaceful society. It is evident that armed conflicts exacerbate vulnerability to already existing water-related risks and the effects of climate change and water pollution caused by the degradation of infrastructure. So I will stop here, and I am looking forward to fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much, Hazmik, for these very insightful comments. I'd like to kind of take a moment to ask each presenter a question based on their formal talk. I'll start in the reverse order with Hazmik. I mean, given your background and advocacy, how can you get young people and women in particular to embrace the issue of taking part in negotiations about water diplomacy? I mean, what do women and young people bring to the table that is important in advancing this notion of water diplomacy?
Thank you for the question. Of cooperation and as facilitators of dialogue between the formal sides, and of course the international organization should to empower more youth capacities to do this. Youth and women, of course, their capacities to be facilitators, to take the facilitators role, and to implement projects between and for the societies of the transboundary regions. On the other hand, of course, is not enough, and it is needed to formally involve them in the basin, river basin management bodies. It can be involvement of youth in the basin management councils. For example, we have already successful cases like the involvement of youth in the Scheld river basin management, and also in some other European basins. So this is one of the ways. And for women, the problem has more roots, I can say, because all comes from the women empowerment and in general their ensuring their equal access to opportunities, and one of them is also involvement in decision making.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Dr. Schwein. Dr. Schwein, you were very adamant about the issue of water sharing, and you talked about control and quantity and how politics is a major issue in finding a solution to overcome this dilemma. I mean, can you talk about some successful cases where this has been accomplished, where politics was brought into the equation and possibly all stakeholders were able to find some sort of resolution on this issue?
I think we know very well that the agreements, any kind of high-stake agreements are being signed or will be signed on the transboundary rivers. They always get the consent of the political leadership. Without because water is as critical, particularly the surface water or the river water is as security-wise as critical for any political decision making. It doesn't matter what kind of political regime is in that country. The political leadership takes it very seriously. We always have this ambition of inviting people from the water ministry or environmental ministry in the West, organizing conferences, organizing these meetings. They do say nice words, but when it comes into agreement, going for an agreement, making concessions, not any particular agreement. Look at what has happened in Colorado to the Rhine, to Indus, to Ganges, or even certain kind of the Nile Basin Initiative in the Nile, or on the Jordan River systems, or Ganges, whatever. I mean, those are the agreements always have the consent of the political leadership and political leadership's willingness to make compromises. Unless those take place, and then this is some things which you also need to look at the political configurations, the ministries or the departments of the water and environment are not exactly on the top of the security framework in a government structure. So we need to really look at it that if we really want the political leadership to concede for a negotiation, because without concession, the negotiation is not possible. Then, of course, historically somebody will either take that water or will enforce the will. So if you are looking at a negotiated settlement, you only negotiate with the political leaders. And that's what I think. I don't need to go one by one, case by case basis, but either it is quality or quantity or control. There are three things I said. All these things need the consent of the political leadership and willingness of the political leadership to negotiate. Of course, on these three issues, the quality issue, it's easy for the political leadership to project a picture or project an image or project a figure that which will be much more likely that it will be win-win. So nobody is losing it out. But in the control, it can be, but it depends on how with the other, both the parties are matching. But in the control case, in the quantity case, it becomes quite complicated. There are different ways has been done. Like one is that either you build big dams. Once the dams are being built, then you create more reservoir, more water. Then you try to say that, look at the agreement which Egypt and Sudan signed in 1959 on the Nile. It's because of the big dams. So all the big dams lead to agreements between the countries because we produce or we put more water on the table to say it. In some other cases, you also try to make the figures or make the statistics look like that both the parties are winning. India, Bangladesh signed an agreement in '96. That agreement was signed on the basis of the water calculation, average calculation from 1947 to 1988, not the recent years calculation. Because average-wise, officially, they show that there are more water at the barrage where they were trying to divide the water than what exactly the water was available that time. So both the political leadership can go to their constituent and say that, look, we have got more water than the previous, but actually though there is no water that much. So, but you can either build dams or you fudge with the figures or create new statistics. Or third thing is that if you are really strong political leadership, you can take your country into confidence, tell that this is for the larger health of the larger profit or larger benefit of the country, then we must give up some of these rights or our water rights. Then of course we can do it. That's also Nixon did in the Colorado River with Mexico.
Very much. Let's have Dr. Higazi maybe elaborate a bit more about the notion of mutual beneficial cooperation. I mean, you had mentioned this in your presentation, and you talked about EU-funded projects in these border areas. I was wondering, I mean, about the role of these third-party mediators or funders. I mean, how does that play out on the ground? You know, how do they go about implementing an agreement or working hand in hand with these different stakeholders to accomplish what they seek to accomplish? It sounds to me like that's somewhat of a complicated endeavor.
For the question, so on the first part about mutual benefits, it ties very much to what Ashok was saying, that it's about trying to create a win-win for everybody, and sort of trying to have groups or communities come to the realization that we can both benefit by sharing this resource. But in order to do that, you have to sort of make the pie bigger, so make more available to share. So it's not just a matter of, okay, we've come to an agreement, but if scarcity is already a problem, then you need to have more to offer, basically. On your second question about how externally, or sort of how these external organizations go about doing this, so if you can hear some noise outside, I'm sorry, but they're doing some construction outside my window. So excuse me for that. But these tend to be typical development projects. And so I'm not familiar with the details of how these projects came about, but if we take it to sort of a broader picture, sort of donor states have their interests and reasons for why they want to provide assistance to certain places. They tend to come in with their ideas of what could help. And they implement the project. Sometimes there's a participatory process in terms of let's try and understand what communities actually want and integrate that into the ideas that we have. And sometimes there isn't. It's the projects on the water side, they tend to be more technical than sort of social or political, in the sense that what they aim to do is increase the supply of water. And I'm sure, Ashok, you can say a lot more about this than I can. But one of the critiques of this is that these projects do tend to overlook the social and political side of water, and sometimes it's the reason why they don't succeed. So again, bringing that part into development assistance, and not ignoring or not sort of disregarding that technology alone is not going to solve the problem. You have to account for the political context, the social context, the economic context. So it's a much bigger landscape that you need to consider in implementing this. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We move to Loic. I just wanted to ask you, because of your positionality being in Brussels, I mean, what can the EU do to improve this whole idea of water diplomacy? I mean, obviously you talked about the EU Water Framework Directive, but you know, can the EU or EU member states, you know, provide a model for successful water diplomacy?
In terms of water diplomacy, if you look at only in the EU, it works more like federal state. So we have directive, what we call a directive, it's a legal, a law who set only objectives and aims. So the tools remain in the hand of the member states, and you need to translate this legislation into the national law. in that case, the member states, it depends on the politics. So we can have conservative conservative governments on a water-related issue, and also a really proactive governance. And for example, the Slovenian government is really proactive at that moment on water-related challenges. After, in terms of pure water diplomacy for the EU, the international relation is in the hand of the member state, not about in the hand of the EU, except for trade and agricultural purpose. So if you want to have a water diplomacy, it will be only through the member state, and in that case they try to find a sort of coordination of their actions, and they will go through this system of council conclusions. And after, if you also want to behave as a member state, they can put money on the table for projects, and it's a little bit what you, Dr. Egazi was saying. The European Union is financing projects in partnership with EU institutions or EU organization also for research and innovation. And in that case, we have country partners, and it might be the case for Vietnam, South Africa, or also Kenya, for example. And in that case, we try to transfer knowledge or try to find a solutions also which works also for them, because we need to think globally, but we need to act at the local level. And the solution that we want to, that we can have in Europe is not the solution that the Middle East or Africa needs, or just a part of Africa needs. If we go in that way. And also the framework that we are setting up now, it's not the framework that we need in the next 10 years. We try to foresee what we want, but it's why we also revise and we recast the legislation and the conclusion that we have in terms of water diplomacy to make sure that we adapt the tools, the political tools, but also the technical and the financial tools for matching with the needs at the local level.
Thank you, Luke. We have some time to open it up for questions from the audience. Are there any questions, comments, inquiries? Happy to entertain some questions. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Reem Salim. So there is this quote that said, universe is connected in one way or another. So me as an individual who's majoring in tourism and cultural communication, how can I contribute on this international issue? Actually, this is a question for all the speakers.
Okay, you mean in terms of water diplomacy?
Yes.
Yeah. We would have to see who would like to take a first stab at this. Dr. Ashok?
I can say, I mean, it is always a bit of difficulty because I have been teaching a water issue in a country like Sweden when either, 365 or 64 days, either it is raining or snowing. So how to tell the students that the water is important is a tough task. But I think everywhere we need to realize that the water, and in this globalized world, while the things are so much of interconnected, then it is not that even a country which is getting so much of fresh water supply directly every day, but it is half of its water footprints come from outside countries, outside Sweden. Because Sweden is a country which is not exactly, doesn't have the agricultural land to produce food grain for its people. It needs at least that there is you would need to import food grains. You need to import all kinds of agricultural products, including oil, which needs a lot of water. All sorts of industrial products, all comes from outside. So half of the Sweden's water footprint comes from outside. Similarly, a country in the Middle East, of course, it's easy to tell the students in the Middle East or the people in the Middle East the importance of fresh water. I mean, despite it's a region which is rich with or particularly the Gulf countries, which is rich with the energy resources, but it has to, it can actually get the different type of economy, from the tourism to oil economy to all the other kind, you can industrialized economy of nature, which can be in the future, but everything also depends on how much of water we need and how much of water we can use. And what are the ways we can get those fresh water. So I think everywhere, the water issue is interconnected, interrelated. Even if you have plenty of water or you don't have water, your economy, your lifestyle is so much of interrelated to the different parts of the world. So nobody is doing any kind of service for the humanity or for the rest of the world. I keep on saying to the European policymakers as well as the Swedish policymaker, when you are investing your money or resources, or you are trying to support the transboundary fresh water sharing arrangements in the different parts of the world, you are not doing service to others, you are also doing service to yourself, because our economy, our lifestyle is heavily dependent on the others. And forget about the humanitarian crisis, the other kinds of challenges which we all, my panelists and we have been talking about, that the water has the problem of creating all sorts of other challenges where international community needs to get involved, but also for our own economy, our own goods, own betterment, we need to get engaged in all kinds of water issues in the different parts of the world.
Please, we have another question over here, the micro.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think a question to Professor Ashok on transboundary water issues. How do you see the role of the UN Security Council in conflict prevention toward the water issues? You heard about what happened to Egypt and Ethiopia, and then the UN Security Council say we are not concerned of this, and they get their hands off these things. So we are talking a lot about water diplomacy, about all these things, but the UN, even with its convention on non-conventional use, is not even practical, even for our region in the Middle East. So how do you see how we can go forward with this? Thank you.
Thank you. I was expecting not to ask this question. China, Turkey, and Burundi. Nobody knows why Burundi, but China and Turkey, we need to remember that. So China has been always protective about the upstream countries' right. China hasn't signed any kind of sharing arrangement. There are some arrangements which are made in the Mekong Basin, also in the Brahmaputra with India, as well as some with Nepal. But those are the arrangements are not certain kind of binding sharing arrangements which China has. So China always protects its interest on the upstream countries' interest. So China, why I'm bringing China? Because China is a permanent UN Security Council member. So when Egypt took this issue on the Nile issue to the UN Security Council, there was all these kind of discussions that how the UN Security Council would decide. And that time I had given several interviews saying that, look, this is, even if China wouldn't have been supporting Ethiopia's stance on the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam because of geopolitics, China will always protect that, the one which is favoring always the upstream right. So the river riparian upstream right, China will keep it all the time in the UN Security Council. And that happened. If you look at the negotiation or the discussions in the UN Security Council on the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, which you would very well see what are the discussions, how the negotiations. Of course, China, Russia, and India, and so they had different stands for the different reasons. But China will protect that, because I consider China always look at this as some of it's a core value of protecting the upstream riparians' interest and not being forced to do any kind of negotiations by international agencies or by the river riparians. So saying that, I think it's always important that UN plays its important role of addressing these conflicts, and these conflicts are going to become much more problematic. And the Egypt's water issue, particularly with the Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia's water issue, is getting more and militarized, at least in the planning as well as in the discussion. And that is not a good thing. That should not happen. And the thing is, in this context, UN Security Council has a role to address this. But can it do it? No, I don't think so. Because of this, the Security Council is divided on the basis of how the water should be, the transboundary water should be. And the UN Security Council is now politically divided between the two powers. For some time now, we not only saw that in the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, we saw in the issue of Myanmar, we saw in the issue of Tigray, we saw in the issue of all these things when these discussions come in, or even when I don't want to mention a number of conflicts where it came up. So it is a divided house. So it's unfortunate, but the UN and the international community is very little prepared to address the transboundary freshwater, river water system, and the international community is absolutely behind 100 years how to address now the possible transboundary groundwater conflicts which are going to emerge. Because as I mentioned, there are 592 minimum transboundary aquifer systems, and only 6 binding agreements are there.
Other questions in the audience? Maybe one parting question for Hasmik, picking up on what one of our young researchers asked just a few minutes ago. If you could maybe dispense some advice on how to, because there's a lot has been said about education and awareness and training the future generation of young diplomats that will focus on this idea of water diplomacy. Any type of advice in terms of what skills are required to advocate and to promote and to kind of engage in this hot button topic?
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, I wanted to contribute to it. So to Reem, I could propose to, first of all, to join the European Youth Parliament for Water, and in general, our network of World Youth Parliament for Water, which is founded by the International Secretariat for Water. And the aim of this networks, of this parliaments that we have on regional, on country, or on basin levels, the aim is to promote youth involvement in the water sector, both by increasing their awareness of water resource management issues and contributing to knowledge development, and also they are fostering understanding of citizenship and democracy. So through the parliament and through our different networks, we attempt to build strong ties among the young participants, elected officials, and experts. We promote cooperation among other actors, and of course participation in decision-making process and consultation sessions at local and regional levels. For the topic of water diplomacy and in general water and peace, for this topic we are closely collaborating with the Geneva Water Hub and also Swiss Development and Cooperation Agency. And at the World Youth Parliament for Water, we have a special working group which is named Blue Peace Working Group. And in this working group, we are promoting the Blue Peace-based assessment, which is a type of assessment for transboundary water basins, water bodies, and we are helping young people to do this assessment in their respective basins. So in the case of RIM, and other youth, I can just suggest to join our network on youthforwater.org, and we have can be joining World Parliament for Water or European or other chapters, depending on the region. So they can be part of the network and to contribute to the process. We also have different consultation sessions that we send our views on this or that topic to decision makers, or during international events. Such that was one of the cases, was our position paper for the COP26 event in Glasgow, as well as for the ongoing World Water Forum in Dakar. Our youth also prepared a list of suggestions for policymakers, like stating their priorities and pushing policymakers to consider them. This is, of course, this is a small, we can say small stone to build a house, but it also needed, and all the efforts are needed for our common goals.
Much, Ashok. I think we've come to the end of this session, and I would like to thank all participants and speakers on behalf of our CEO, Dr. Mohammed Al-Ali, for participating in this session and in the conference in general. And I'll leave the parting words to our moderator here, please.
Thank you, Dr. Christian. Thank you, Loic, and our virtual panelists, Dr. Ashok, Dr. Farah, and Hasmik. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Dr. Mohammed Abdallah Al-Ali, CEO of Trends Research and Advisory, please allow me to extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to you all for your valuable contributions, which have made this symposium a success. Over 3 sessions, we listened to many constructive ideas, visions, and perceptions presented by the speakers during the symposium, which was organized on the occasion of Water Week hosted by Expo 2020 Dubai. As part of its efforts to achieve sustainability, the symposium also came 2 days after our celebration of World Water Day, which falls on March 22nd of every year. This symposium was organized in line with the commitment of Trends Research and Advisory to address, through its scientific and intellectual output, the major issues and challenges facing humanity, and to contribute to the pursuit of constructive and sustainable solutions to those challenges, one of which is water security. The opinions and ideas presented in this symposium were characterized by diversity and depth. 3 themes were addressed, namely the challenges of water governance and management, the approach of the United Arab Emirates in ensuring water security, and the relationship between governance and water diplomacy, all of which emphasized the need to promote constructive global dialogue as a basis for achieving water security for peoples and societies. Once again, I thank you all for your active and valued participation and hope to see you all at another event soon. Thank you very much.